Alrighty, what's going on, y'all? I already know, kid. Trevor, stop. Trevor, stop. Jesus Christ. God damn it! Really? Already?
Other than when you hear the thunder, which it could be any time, just close that window for now until the storm's over, and then you can reopen it. Dad thinks it will, and it might, but
Oh, I can't close this window. It gets hotter than hell in here. The fan's always on. I'm not arguing. What the fuck is her problem? Ugh, Jesus Christ. Let's see.
Thursday, July 7th, 2016. Chaos erupts in the heart of Dallas as hundreds of civilians protesting in the streets run for their lives as a lone gunman takes an elevated position and opens fire on dozens upon dozens of Dallas police officers in a historic ambush on American law enforcement. And after 4.5 hours and hundreds of rounds exchanged with police, the incident would come to an end with the detonation of C4. On July 5th of 2016, following the fatal police shooting of Alton Sterling of Baton Rouge, Louisiana, protests erupted in the city as videos of the incident spread throughout social media like wildfire. And while the protests were peaceful, what would follow was anything but. As on the following day, on July 6th, 37-year-old Philando Castile of Minnesota was fatally shot by police following a traffic stop, and the incident was live-streamed to Facebook by Castile's girlfriend, creating the flashpoint of nationwide protests as thousands of protesters took to the streets, beginning in Charlotte, Falcon Heights, Minnesota, and Philadelphia. And with a 24-hour media frenzy, thousands more viewing at home were emboldened to take to the streets. And by July 7th, over 14 cities were consumed by unrest, from Atlanta, Baton Rouge, Chicago, Dallas, Denver, Greensboro, Jersey City, Kingston, Oklahoma, Portland, and Seattle, leading to thousands of arrests nationwide. And soon enough, clashes with law enforcement, mass looting, and full-blown lawlessness would erupt across the nation, as thousands of bad actors would take advantage of the chaos. But few were as emboldened as 25-year-old Texan native Micah Z.
Thank you for the follow, but like I said, not giving out the IP. It's a private SMP. Here, somewhat streamed SMP, I should say. Death counter still going. Well, be right back. We'll just let homeboy down here keep an eye on you guys. Be right back. Chicken Sammy. I want another chicken Sammy. Chick-fil-A. Okay. Kyron? Your lack of grammar is bothering me so fucking much.
Xavier Johnson.
Alright.
Johnson had been premeditating an attack on law enforcement for several years and trained regularly for just the occasion. Johnson, an Army veteran, enlisted out of high school as a carpentry and masonry specialist, but he would later go active duty and deploy to Afghanistan in 2013. But by 2014, Johnson's troubles would begin. In May of 2014, while deployed, a female soldier accused Johnson of harassment and sought a protective order, citing his need for mental health counseling. She recounted a specific incident where, in a fit of rage over her departure for college, Johnson shattered a car window with his fist, injuring himself severely. He then forced her to take him to the hospital. Additionally, he sent her barrages of Facebook messages, which I won't repeat, but take my word for it. Another soldier stated Johnson had anger management issues and would repeatedly watch 1991 LAPD videotapes, where he'd make odd and concerning statements. Following an internal investigation into Johnson's unusual behavior, Johnson was disarmed following his platoon sergeant's recommendation, who believed him to not only be a danger to himself, but genuinely a potential threat. Subsequently, Johnson was subject to a major investigation by the Army. But before we get into the details, a quick word from today's sponsor, Aura. Despite its promises, artificial voice cameras only need your family today. Johnson was placed under a 24-hour escort and relocated to Bagram Airfield on May 3rd. By May 14th, while Army personnel cleared out Johnson's belongings in his living space, soldiers found prohibited explosives, grenades, a box of 50 cal, and another soldier's prescribed medication, all of which was hidden in his sleeping bag. You know, for his carpentry. Consequently, The Army immediately returned Johnson stateside. His military lawyer at the time noted that the Army began to process Johnson for an other than honorable discharge. However, Johnson was honorably discharged in September of 2014 due to an administrative oversight by the Army. And with an honorable discharge on his resume, ironically, Johnson expressed interest in a career in law enforcement. However, soon after his discharge, those close to Johnson reported that he became disillusioned, withdrawn, and harbored resentment towards the United States government, indicating that his military experience may have been a source of disappointment. This isolation only escalated, bringing Johnson down an even darker path, as he became all consumed by his conspiracies and his plots of an attack on law enforcement. He began running drills and scenarios through his house, and in 2014 underwent training at a private self-defense school, as well as a firearms academy known for teaching advanced shooting tactics, from aggressive run and gun to CQB. Around this time, Johnson began amassing his arsenal, collecting ammunition, flammable chemicals, electronic devices, and PVC piping necessary for building explosives. And with protests and riots over Sterling and Castile taking center stage on the news, one particular protest, scheduled in Johnson's area of Dallas, was set to take place at 7 p.m. and Johnson took it as his opportunity to strike. The protest began like clockwork, right at 7 p.m., and nearly 100 Dallas PD officers were assigned to see it through. Although hundreds of officers were present, a nameless member of the Dallas Police Department's brass ordered the officers assigned to the protest to not wear any military-style bulletproof vests, as they didn't want officers to look quote-unquote aggressive. Furthermore, officers were barred from bringing their patrol rifles, leaving them with nothing more than their 9mm pistols, due to the ongoing criticism of the militarization of police, which would soon reveal itself to be a fatal mistake. As darkness descended at approximately 8:55 p.m., Johnson arrives on the corner of Elm and Lamar Street, and then moved out on foot, heading south on Lamar Street towards Main Street, where officers blocking traffic had gathered. Donning Kevlar body armor with level 3 plates and armed with an AK-74 and Glock 19, Johnson approached the officers and opened fire. Officer Patrick Zamaripa raced toward the gunfire on foot and was tragically killed in the initial burst. The crack of gunfire echoed through the streets, reverberating off of buildings, creating mass panic as hundreds of protesters ran for their lives as officers attempted to shield them from incoming fire. But this echo effect created confusion, disorienting law enforcement, leading them to believe there were two shooters. Senior Corporal Warren Arns, a 14-year veteran of the Dallas Police Department, was fatally shot near El Centro College while trying to protect protesters. And 3 other Dallas police officers, Jorge Barrientos, Gretchen Rocha, and Senior Corporal Ivan Saldana, along with 2 civilians, were badly injured. And at exactly 9:01 p.m., downed and disabled officers radioed for help.
All SWAT elements to 801 Main Street. All SWAT elements 801 Main Street.
Breaking news, a fresh act of madness in America. At least 2 snipers opening fire in downtown Dallas during a rally against the fatal police shootings of black men in Louisiana and in Minnesota in recent days. The snipers hit 11 police officers, at least 5 of whom are now dead, making it the deadliest day in law enforcement since September 11th.
Johnson fled into a nearby parking garage and utilized a tactical advantage from the second story, where he opened fire on officers responding from the West End. Officer Michael Kroll was shot and killed while responding to the burst of gunfire. Officer Misty McBride was shot while taking cover, and Officer Lee Cannon and a Dallas police sergeant were also hit as Johnson indiscriminately shot at police. Officers still struggled to pinpoint his location, as Johnson frequently moved positions and used the concealment of darkness and fleeing civilians to his advantage, allowing him to make his way to El Centro College. He shot out the glass doors, but Dallas police officers Brian Shaw and John Abbott were inside. All 3 men opened fire, and all 3 were catching him, but Johnson turned around and headed back down Lamar Street, where he hid behind concrete pillars before sneaking up on Officer Brent Thompson. Footage from a nearby rooftop captured Johnson rushing Thompson from behind and shooting him multiple times in the back, killing him. Johnson then breached El Centro College and stumbled his way up the second floor and entered the library, where he fired from the window overlooking Elm Street. Dallas Police Sergeant Michael Smith, who was taking cover on Elm Street, was fatally shot. Close by, Officer Jesus Ratana sustained a gunshot wound to the arm. But at this point, officers knew exactly where Johnson was. Sergeant Larry Gordon rendezvoused with officers at the colony and ascended the stairwell. Realizing the police were closing in, Johnson barricaded himself inside the library and had no other choice but to respond to Sergeant Gordon's negotiations from the hallway. Johnson made it clear that there was no chance or scenario of which he would surrender, and as the negotiations broke down, approximately 200 rounds were then exchanged in the hallway between police and Johnson. Neither took a casualty. Meanwhile, Chief Brown, already having deployed SWAT officers with a Remotech Andros Mark V robot, a robot used for bomb disposal, ordered his SWAT officers to equip the robot with C4 and detonate it at Johnson's location, something no police department had ever done before. And by 1:28 a.m., Chief Brown's historic decision detonated on the second floor, ending a 4.5-hour ordeal in microseconds.
The aftermath. Yeah, no, this sucks, but
5 officers were
wait,
killed,
just the aftermath.
9 were injured, as well as 2 civilians. The Dallas community and nation mourned the loss of the 5 officers, with memorials and vigils held in Dallas and across the country. Tributes poured in from the world, acknowledging the bravery and service of the fallen officers. Dallas PD, along with local and federal agencies, conducted a thorough investigation into the attack.
Oh shit. That's my sleep up. Sure it's not raining inside. It's raining inside now, goddammit. That locked. Alright. It is 100% gonna suck. Oh Christ. Alright, might already have to take pants off.
Recovered evidence
Getting
from Johnson's
hot.
home revealed he had enough explosive material to cause devastating effects throughout Dallas and the North Texas area, according to Chief Brown. Law enforcement agencies across the U.S. revisited their tactical preparedness, communication, and response strategies for dealing with ambush-style attacks.
Michael Kroll answered that call. He came 1,000 miles from his home state of Michigan to be a cop in Dallas. Last year, he brought his girlfriend back to Detroit for Thanksgiving. It was the last time he'd see his family. Michael Smith answered that call, a man of deep faith. When he was off duty, he could be found at church or playing softball with his 2 girls. Today, his girls have lost their dad, but God has called Michael home. Patrick Zamaripa, he answered that call. Just 32, a former altar boy who served in the Navy and dreamed of being a cop. On Thursday night, while Patrick went to work, his partner Christy posted a photo of her and their daughter at a Texas Rangers game. Brent Thompson answered that call. He served his country as a Marine. Just about 2 weeks ago, he married a fellow officer. Lauren Aarons, he answered that call. The night before he died, he bought dinner for a homeless man. And the next night, Katrina had to tell their children that their dad was gone.
Oh,
They
shit.
don't get it yet, their grandma said. They don't know what to do quite yet.
I just took like a half dozen stacks of each.
Hey guys, if you enjoyed this video or even learned something, be sure to hit that subscribe button. There's a lot more documentaries in the works, and you don't want to miss them. And if you want to be a part of the action, I'm currently looking for volunteers to take part in a dramatized reenactment of the Battle of Athens for an upcoming video, which I'll be directing in Athens, Tennessee. If you're interested and live within the area of Tennessee, please send me a DM on Instagram or contact popomedicbusiness@gmail.com. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Goodbye.
I'm calling to tell you this is it. All
In the afternoon on September 3rd, 2023, Findlay, Ohio troopers located a vehicle that they believed to be driven by a murder suspect. According to police statements, this person was suspected of a murder
Jesus
that took
Christ.
place over 4.5 hours away in Chicago, Illinois. Officers follow the suspect and attempt to pull him over in hopes of apprehending him in a peaceful manner.
If there wasn't a
Unfortunately,
faceless,
the situation quickly gets
streamer.
out of hand.
Totally turn on the camera right now.
He's getting off at 12.
I might be able to do something about that. Let me open up Discord. Get camo opened up and see if this still works. There. So I don't leak myself too much. just set my phone up real quick out by my window. Let's see. Do the ultra wide camera. Of course, right as it calms down, too. Hey, move my camera out over here. I'll just keep it in this window. Sweet. Up a little bit. Gotta get a stream deck. That's cool. Oh, too small. That's a pretty good one. Looks like it's calmed down for a little bit. I'm gonna get up and open a window. It's fucking hot in here. really just start setting up the camera a lot more. Here we go. Alright, here's what I'm gonna do. Just because I can. Let me go into voice mod real quick. Just turn off every noise filter. There we go. Alright, turn off every noise filter. So we can hear when it really starts to pick up. There we go, problem solved. Need to bring camo back up. So I need to be able to see my battery. Just shrink it down a bit and just leave it like right in the middle. Right there. Now we have enough to, or we should have enough to start the horse farm. Or not the horse farm, horse barn. Wow. I am super special. Get a chest going. Just all the shit from this project. Huh. See. Oh, god damn it. I gotta get up again. outside. It's wetter than your wife. Alright, let's focus it again. Ooh. Oh my god. Here, hold on. I'm tempted to move windows. The one where you could see, like, actual objects it's bouncing off of. I probably could go put, like a piece of cardboard outside or some shit and watch it melt. That'd be pretty cool. Grab a horse. Let me go see. See what we're dealing with in some places. About like up and over the hill. The fuck is that? Is that a ruined portal? Indeed 'tis. Nothing worth my time. Let's go up here, see what we see. Maybe cover up the cave, do it like up here. there. I need a lot of dirt, and I know exactly the 2 places I can get that. Okay, looks like I grabbed a little too much cobble. Actually, don't need that for this one. Oh, the other one's gonna be sticks. Fucking kidding me. Back off. Oh shit. That don't look good outside. Let me fix that. Temperature. Feel a little more realistic. About right. No color correction. That's about what it looks like. Alright, let's start with the first part of this project. Loading my inventory with dirt. And a lot of it. Leave my horse behind today. Because we got a lot of work cut out. a mix of getting dark outside. Woo! Ooh, I like you. Come back for you, and then first I gotta deal with this shit. That is satisfying. Alright, time to go get a saddle. What the fuck happened to all my spare saddles? Yeah, I bet Andrew took them. There we go. Storms suck because my computer lets out about a fuck ton of heat. And with that, I can't open my fucking windows because it's so hot. We might be good. definitely picking back up again. 150 to 200 stacks of dirt. I had to guess. Oh, fuck. Out of dirt and we're not even halfway done. This is gonna take a while. kill the camera. Oh, fuck it. I'll be right back. Alrighty, sorry about that, fellas. Let's see. Legitimately got too hot in the office to continue playing for a while. There we go.
You want me to go 3 or 6?
I'm at the scales right now. Finley advised, Finley PD.
We're southbound back on the ramp. I got turn signal violation. Work back southbound. Yeah, I got more lanes violation. I'm gonna go 3 with it.
Okay.
I got units close.
1383 is a minute or two out. Just remind them these sounds are continued solid.
Okay, I'm gonna wait for you to get a little bit closer. We're doing 85 now. I think 606 is aware of me being behind.
You know, if you take the flyover and continue south, I'm at the intersection now.
We're southbound at the 156, southbound 156, I'll wait for you.
492 is at the first crossover to 156. Top on 153.
And then we got aviation around. This is gonna be a pursuit.
The hub is getting ready.
As soon as you jump in, I'll go through with it.
Fully green all units, signal 401148.
Finley is taking off southbound 94. Southbound 135, speeds 102. Traffic's moderate for the left lane. And units go those bikes.
Setting up to the north of Peter.
6 is passing on the berm, speeds 85.
Let's do.
Wednesday, April 15th, 2013. In the heart of Boston, one of the largest
Oh, I
mass
watched this on
casualty
TV.
incidents in modern American
Yeah,
history was about to
The bombing, I
unfold.
watched it.
As thousands of runners crossed the finish line along Boylston Street, 2 suspects quietly moved through the crowd, detonating 2 improvised explosive devices, killing and maiming civilians in broad daylight. Already embedded among the event, Boston police surged toward the blast zone and into what would quickly become one of the largest law enforcement manhunts in U.S. history, ending in a full-blown shootout in the empty streets of a lockdown Boston.
Only 147 days away. Good morning to the hardworking people who have made the Boston Marathon a success every year for over a century. From now until the end of race day, more than 9,000 people will volunteer their time to make sure the marathon runs smoothly.
Oh, thank you all for your time. Send us your
The morning of the marathon. The event unfolded as it had for over a century. 26.2 miles, winding through the streets of Boston, drawing elite athletes, amateurs, and tens of thousands of spectators into a single concentrated space. More than 23,000 runners took part that year, moving through 8 cities and towns before funneling into the final stretch along Boylston Street. A narrow corridor lined shoulder to shoulder with families, tourists, and uniformed officers working crowd control. By 2 p.m., the bulk of the field were crossing the finish line, and the density on Boylston was at its peak. And inside that crowd, unnoticed, 2 individuals had already positioned themselves. Tamerlan and Johar Tsarnaev. 2 young and troubled brothers, one a refugee by way of the Republic of Kyrgyzstan, and the other more Americanized, having been born in their now hometown of Cambridge, Massachusetts. Tamerlan, the eldest, had grown increasingly isolated in the years leading up to the marathon, with his focus shifting from amateur boxing to being radicalized by Islamic propaganda. In 2012, Tamerlan traveled to Russia, a trip that drew the attention of federal investigators after Russian officials warned the FBI that Tamerlan was on his way to radicalization. The FBI opened a preliminary assessment, interviewed him, checked databases, and looked for links to terror, but the case was closed. Johar, by contrast, was enrolled at UMass, quiet and well-liked, but over time, the influence of his older brother and the ideology behind it began to take hold. By early 2013, the brothers had begun constructing improvised explosive devices. Pressure cookers packed with black powder, nails, and metal fragments, designed for fragmentation, designed to maim a crowd, and they selected their target deliberately. A globally recognized event with minimal screening and maximum density, the Boston Marathon. Back on Boylston Street, as runners crossed the finish line and spectators leaned over barricades, just feet away, at 2:49 p.m., the first device detonated. Then, the second. Civilians went down immediately. Others staggered, covered in blood. Officers from Boston PD didn't hesitate and moved directly toward the blast sites, stepping into what was still an unknown threat environment. But the panic spread fast. Officers began clearing space, establishing what control they could, and within seconds, makeshift triage began right there on the pavement, with officers and civilians alike applying pressure to catastrophic wounds. No one knew there
was actually a New Hampshire State Trooper on scene that day.
No one knew
Did multiple trips to
coming next.
The medical tent
had begun.
With victims.
Units, stay off the air. Just make your way over there. All units, stay off the air and make your way over there.
3 people were killed in the initial blasts. 8-year-old Martin Richard, 29-year-old Crystal Campbell, and 23-year-old Lingzi Liu, and hundreds more laid wounded across the street. With EMS units forced to stage outside the area, victims were carried, even dragged, and within the first 30 minutes, command structure began to form. Zones were established, entry and exit points locked down, and backup units from all surrounding jurisdictions flooded downtown Boston. By 4 p.m., federal agencies had fully integrated, with the FBI taking lead, while Boston PD maintained operational control and the ground. And slowly, the chaos began to narrow into something else. But before we get into the manhunt, a quick word from the sponsor of today's video. And I highly recommend you guys Google your names as well. You're gonna find a ton of sites you've never heard of already listing your full name, your past addresses, your phone numbers, your relatives, your known associates, and maybe that one girl you loved a long time ago, but now she's married and has kids and broke up with you because all your info's on the internet because data brokers stole your information, so you just lay in bed all day because you're sad. That's right, data brokers are trading your information and making billions of dollars selling your personal information to literally anyone willing to pay for it. No background checks, no real safeguards, just a marketplace for you. So think about that for a second. A scammer, maybe a stalker, anyone with bad intentions can go shopping for your information. And that's where Delete Me comes in. Delete Me is a service that goes out and removes your personal information from hundreds of data brokers and people search sites, cutting off access before it's in the wrong hands. And what I like about Delete Me is they don't outsource this. They use their own proprietary tech, which means your data isn't being just passed around again in the process. But don't take my word for it, because if you ever need help, they've got real human privacy advisors you can actually talk to. So if you're serious about getting your information back, go to joindeleteme.com/popo and use my code POPO for 20% off. Or scan the QR code and protect your information. The only question is, are you going to let these data brokers data broke you? I don't know where I was going with that. So here, how about this? Scan the QR code or check the link in the description and get started today. Over the next 72 hours, one of the largest manhunts in U.S. history was about to take shape, with the FBI, Boston PD, the Stadies, as well as the ATF analyze surveillance footage. Every face, every back.
Oh, it gets even better.
Every movement. By the afternoon of April 16th, they isolated 2 individuals, moving with purpose, placing bags, and leaving the area without urgency. The stills were pulled, enhanced, circulated internally, but by the evening of April 17th, at approximately 5 p.m., those images were released to the public.
Today we are enlisting the public's help to identify the 2 suspects. Suspect 1 is wearing a dark hat. Suspect 2 is wearing a white hat. Suspect 2 set down a backpack at the site of the second explosion.
Over the next 24 hours, Boston was flooded with law enforcement from every localized jurisdiction. Thousands of tips flooded in. Every lead was worked, but nothing stuck. They had the faces, but no identities. On April 18th, at approximately 10:20 p.m., the investigation broke wide open. MIT police officer Sean Collier was sitting in his cruiser when he was approached by Tamerlan, who opened fire on him. Officers arrived with speed, but Officer Collier was pronounced dead at the scene. And now it was no longer just an investigation. This was an active threat. And by 10:30 p.m., Tamerlan and Johar carjacked a civilian in Cambridge, taking the driver hostage. Inside the car, they spoke openly about the bombing, about what they had done, and about what they were planning to do next. The victim was held for nearly an hour before managing to escape at a gas station, where he ran inside and dialed 911.
Tell me what happened. Somebody took your car? They had the
Manny.
By 11:20 p.m., bolos were flooding every channel, and on the following day, the stolen vehicle was located in Watertown, and all units began converging in real time. And within minutes, the suspects exited the vehicle and engaged officers, opening fire and hurling IEDs. Officers moved for cover, returned fire, wounding Tamerlan. Tamerlan was eventually tackled and taken into custody, but Johar re-entered the vehicle and fled the scene. Tamerlan was pronounced dead, and now with the threat level increasing, residents were ordered to shelter in place.
New Hampshire
as
State's.
tactical
Is that New
teams
Hampshire?
moved
No, it was
door to door
FBI.
through Watertown and
There's
surrounding
also
areas.
It is important that folks remain in.
the New Hampshire State's SWAT team drove the bear, which you might think of the bear cat. No, this was the Lenco bear, the bigger brother to that. They drove that down the highway, which I think it was 93. I think they took it down 93, which, think about that's kind of sketchy, because that's a big-ass truck. Big-ass hunk of metal. Thing's fucking huge. I stood next to it before. It is like... fucking thing's like 10 feet to 15 feet tall. It's huge. I need to bring my bed back out there. Back out here.
Indoors and not open the door unless there is a uniformed, identified law enforcement officer on the other side of it.
By 6 p.m. on the following day, a Watertown resident stepped outside his home and noticed the cover of his boat was partially removed. He looked closer and called it in. Thermal imaging overhead confirmed heat inside the vessel. A perimeter was established, and then, after a brief standoff with officers, Johar Sanayev was taken into custody, wounded, but alive.
We got him tweet from the Boston PD.
Good evening, everyone.
Which
First
basically
at 11, the breaking news
incited a riot.
The 19-year-old at the center of that manhunt
Or
following
not a
week of
riot, but a
terror
street
in
party.
Boston has now been captured. And just minutes ago, dozens honored the victims at a makeshift memorial at the Boston Marathon finish line as the suspected.
Boston 5.
After 4 days, the manhunt was over.
There were
And
cheers on
there's-
the streets of Watertown and across the
I know,
Boston area.
7.
Word spread that suspect number 2, Johar Tsarnaev, had been captured alive.
Questions were raised about the pre-incident intelligence after it was revealed that Tamerlan had previously been flagged by Russian authorities.
The FBI even interviewed him in 2011, but they say they found no terror-related evidence at the time. A law enforcement official tells the New York Times today that the FBI did not follow up.
But the FBI defended, raising concerns about the balance between public safety and civil liberty. But the controversy remained.
Were you aware that Mr. Tamerlan traveled to the Chechen region?
At this point in time, I can't say that when we knew things that we would have done anything differently.
In his testimony, former Connecticut Senator Joe Lieberman, who chaired the Homeland Security Committee for 6 years, argued leaders at the local mosque Tsarnaev attended should have informed authorities when his increasingly radical outbursts led them to kick him out.
Incidents like the Boston Marathon bombing don't begin at the moment of the blast. They begin when warning signs exist, but don't quite meet the threshold for action. By the time the system is allowed to move, it's no longer preventing anything. It's only responding. And while the incident's been over for nearly 13 years, for those who lived it, it's never really over.
Yeah, he's right about that.
I'm making a pledge to the Boston Marathon Bombing Survivors Fund, and I hope each and every one of you could take a moment to do the same. Wednesday, December 2nd, 2015. In the heart of Southern California's Inland Empire, the deadliest terrorist attack on American soil since 9/11 was about to unfold after two heavily armed gunmen swept into the heavily packed Inland Regional Center and opened fire. And the duo killed and wounded dozens before fleeing the scene. But just miles away, San Bernardino PD's SWAT team was in the area training and plunged into a rolling manhunt that ended in broad daylight with hundreds of police officers from sprawling agencies, unleashing one of the most violent urban gunfights in modern law enforcement history.
Information units holding a shots heard in the area 1365 South Waterman. 1365 South Waterman, we're getting further calls. Call number 6127.
We are in pursuit of the suspect vehicle. We've got shots fired out the back window.
Born in Chicago in 1986 and the son of Pakistani immigrants, Syed Rizwan Farouk led a seemingly normal life. He graduated high school early in Riverside, California, and attended Cal State San Bernardino, earning a degree in environmental health. In 2010, Farouk was hired as a seasonal food inspector for the San Bernardino County Department of Public Health, and by 2012, he became full-time, overseeing restaurants, swimming pools, and various water systems throughout the county. From the outside, he blended in, a model employee on paper, and colleagues described him as respectful, maybe socially awkward, but never hostile. Farouk was different, and a devout Muslim. Intensely devout, even making a pilgrimage to Mecca in 2013, where he attended mosque twice a day, every day. He was always serious, never discussed politics, never tipped his hat, and in secret, he was already radicalizing. And this is where he would meet his soon-to-be accomplice, Tashfeen Malik, a Pakistani native, raised partly in Saudi Arabia. The pair would meet online during his pilgrimage, building a relationship over the phone as she studied pharmacology at Bahauddin Zakaria University in Multan, until she later attended Al-Huda International Seminary, a strict Islamic academy for women. But it was hardly love that brought them together, as even during this time period, the pair's text messages revealed nihilistic ideations and exchanges of pledges, pledging themselves to jihad. By 2014, the two would marry in the United
Jihad
States
Joe.
under a 90-day fiancé visa, resulting in Malik's green card by 2015. And this is where their mission began to really take shape. For the next year, the couple would quietly prepare for war, stockpiling 2 ARs, a Smith & Wesson, and a DPMS Panther arms, along with 2 9mm sidearms, a Springfield XD, and a Llama model. They hoarded over 1,600 rounds of .223, 2,000 rounds of 9mm, and hundreds of more hidden throughout their home. In their garage, Farouk built pipe bombs packed with smokeless powder, threaded end caps, and wired to cheap Christmas lights. On the morning of December 2nd, the couple left their 6-month-old daughter with Farouk's mother, telling her they had a doctor's appointment. But that morning, Farouk attended his own department's training session and holiday luncheon at the Inland Regional Center. Approximately 75 people were there, and Farouk showed up around 8:30 a.m., quiet as always, even posing in group photos. But at 10:30 a.m., he abruptly left, leaving a backpack on the table within. Nobody thought much of it, but inside that bag were 3 pipe bombs. At 10:58 a.m., Farouk and Malik returned, each donning black tactical gear, load-bearing vests stuffed with magazines, and each equipped with their AR and respective sidearms. From outside the building, Farouk opened fire first, killing 2 instantly. Then, the pair entered through the same doors he'd walked out of just minutes earlier and opened fire everywhere.
Information units holding a shots heard in the area 1365 South Waterman. 1365 South Waterman, we're getting further calls. Call number 6127.
While Malik sprayed the building in various rooms, Farouk gunned down his coworkers. And just like that, panic exploded. Some dove under tables, others ran for exits. And as a bullet struck a fire sprinkler pipe overhead, water poured down, adding to the chaos, soaking the banquet room as the suspects gave chase. The two fired over 100 rounds in less than 3 minutes. 1 man was killed shielding a coworker, and 3 others tried to rush Farouk, but all 3 were shot. By 11:01 a.m., they were gone.
We do not know if we still have an active shooter. We supposedly have 2 down inside. We'll be making the 3.
2 San Bernardino police officers arrived on scene. Then, Wave 1 of the cavalry. But before we get into the manhunt, a quick word from the sponsor of today's video, Aura. Alright, once again, we're going to search my best friend's name in Google. And he really doesn't mind. Like, really. Look at the results. You can see his previous addresses, Palm Springs, San Francisco, criminal record, his educational background. The guy played football for ITT Tech. If you've ever wondered how scammers get your phone number or why your inbox is flooded with spam, this is why. There are these sad excuses of companies called data brokers that sell your data. They do it without your consent, and they make billions selling it to marketers, scammers, and even stalkers. And while they're legally required to remove your info if you ask, they make it almost impossible to do. That is why I recommend Aura to all of my friends and family and to you. They take care of the hard part by automatically removing your information from data broker lists and, most importantly, keeping it off. Aura works around the clock to keep your personal information and data safe. And by automatically opting out of data broker lists, Aura has significantly reduced the number of spam calls that I receive. In fact, the number of female calls that I receive has increased by 600%. But that's not even all they do. Aura provides comprehensive protection in one convenient place. That includes antivirus software, a VPN for secure browsing, secure password management, identity theft insurance, credit monitoring, and I've even noticed an increase in gains in the gym. And I don't go to a gym, I am the gym. You don't need to subscribe monthly to multiple apps. Aura consolidates everything you need into one convenient place, saving you time, money, and storage. If you want to shove it up a data broker's database and protect your information, well, Aura is offering you a 2-week free trial, so you're in luck. Simply go to aura.com/Popomedic or check the link in the description and protect you and your family's information today. At 11:09 a.m., the San Bernardino Fire Department blasted out a tweet. Active shooter, Waterman Avenue. Road shut down. At 11:14 a.m., Fortune hit. The San Bernardino Police Department's SWAT team was already in the area training, only a few miles away. They broke off and raced to the scene, arriving within a cold 11 minutes.
Now they are reporting that they are telling people, all authorities and first responders, to evacuate the building because apparently they have found a suspicious device inside.
By 11:25 a.m., they breached, and victims were everywhere, bleeding, soaked, and shell-shocked. Patrol officers set up triage initially near the entrance, but relocated the area across the street to allow rescue to enter the scene. Survivors were dragged out on blankets, chairs, anything that could carry weight. A tactical medic supervised extractions, and it took nearly an hour to get the last victim out. By noon, nearly 300 law enforcement officers from city, county, state, and federal agencies had responded. The building was locked down, and the pipe bombs discovered within were assigned to an ATF task force in conjunction with SBPD and the Sheriff's Explosives Team's bomb squad. The scene was secure, but the shooters were gone. Leads poured in, with many witnesses reporting they fled in a black SUV.
Lincoln 3, we're being advised that one suspect fled in a black SUV westbound from the location.
And a name came back quick, Syed Farouk, the co-worker. At around 3 p.m., plainclothes investigators spotted Farouk's rented black Ford Expedition, leaving his home in Redlands. They tailed it. In a swift response, law enforcement from every level converged to the tail, among them the Tactical Hammer, the SWAT team from San Bernardino PD and the Sheriff's Department, who arrived by 3:06 p.m., rolling out armored Bearcats and a specialized breaching vehicle known as the Rook. They weren't there to kill
the Rook?
They were there to end it. And this tale quickly turned into a moving standoff through American suburbs. That is, until Farouk turned onto East San Bernardino Avenue at 3:08 p.m.
We are in pursuit of the suspect vehicle. We've got shots fired out the back window.
Oh my gosh. Guys, they just shot at my house right now. Just cocked a load of yard. Holy
Farouk bailed out on the driver's side, using the open doors as cover. Malik stayed within the vehicle, firing from the rear passenger seat. Bullets shredded police cruisers, punching through glass and metal. Officers took cover behind engines and wheels, returning fire. Then, Farouk tried to flank a sheriff's deputy across the street, but officers on the street, anticipating it, concentrated their fire, hitting him in the side. He stumbled, but still managed to squeeze off a shot with his Springfield, striking an officer before his weapon jammed. But Farouk was decisively hit and finally went down. Officers moved in, cuffed him, face down, dead. Malik was still inside the SUV, firing bursts through the shattered glass. Officers poured fire back, advancing behind the Bearcat, and at 3:14 p.m., Malik was hit repeatedly and nearly disintegrated in the back seat. The fight had lasted barely 5 minutes. Over 440 rounds fired by police, 81 rounds by the suspects. 7 agencies engaged, 2 officers wounded, both terrorists dead.
It's like, who the fuck investigates it? Because even the investigators are involved.
And I'm Elsa Ramon. Here's the very latest at 6 o'clock. The FBI is now examining items seized after a raid on a Riverside home in connection with the San Bernardino massacre.
The terror group is praising the dead shooters as martyrs.
And in a rare Oval Office address to the nation tomorrow, President Obama will discuss the terror.
CBS 2's Lori Perez is live in the newsroom to begin our team coverage. Lori.
The SUV was cleared by the Rook. Inside, they found over 2,500 rounds of ammo, rifle magazines, and medical supplies. It was clear they had another destination. In total, 14 people were killed, both men and women between the ages of 26 to 60, and another 22 were wounded. The bomb squad spent hours detonating the pipe bombs left in Farouk's backpack, and the inland center wasn't fully declared clear until 9:29 p.m. In the following days, the FBI announced the couple were homegrown violent extremists, inspired by IS propaganda, but not directly affiliated nor directed by IS. Malik had pledged her allegiance to IS on Facebook the day of the attack. Their friend and neighbor, Enrique Marquez Jr., who had bought the rifles years earlier, was later arrested. He admitted to plotting earlier attacks with Farouk in 2011, an attack on a community college, and an attack on rush hour traffic on the 91 freeway. Both plans were abandoned, and in 2020, Marquez was sentenced to 20 years in prison.
Only 20 years? You get life.
Hey guys, if you enjoyed this video, be sure to hit that subscribe button. There's a lot more mini docs in the works, and you don't want to miss them. And be sure to check me out over on Instagram and X.
I gotta hide my Kigurumi masks so my parents won't see them. All I have to do is bundle together all of the long hair, then pull it inside of the mask. From there, I lower the mask while also pulling my hand out at the same time. Now I have easy closet storage. If you have any questions...
The fuck are those? Oh boy.
Are we watching Kentucky Ballistics again? Y'all are getting so into this. What happened to his nose? What happens to his arm? Did I miss an update? Did he f up in the last video or something?
God, and I'm gonna tell you about how my...
Holy shit! My 50 cal exploded. Oh, He survived that?
50 cal exploded, and I almost bit the dust about 2 weeks ago. So I know a lot of you are probably wanting me to explain my injuries, and I'm gonna do that, but I think it's best we start from the beginning. I know some of you are gonna try to skip around in this video. I highly recommend you stay tuned and listen to all of this.
I would have never skipped my king.
Yes. But for those who are gonna skip around, let me clear something up first. This was not the Barrett that we torture tested, and this was a complete freak accident. There's nothing that I did to have caused this. So April...
Oh. I hate things that I personally hate accidents that is completely nobody's fault. Because now you get a little sense of like, you know, it's a little bit of anxiety that like, oh my god, this can actually happen to me. Because you always see like statistics or something like that. You hear stories of like, this can happen. But you're like, oh, it will never happen to me because I'm lucky or whatever the fuck. But like, you know, yeah, it's crazy. The plague of one doctor, I think it's tier 1.
2021.
Because like if it was his fault, he'll just never do the mistake again. Period. Trust and believe he will double check whatever he made fault of and will never do it again. But if it's no one's fault, then there's nothing to learn. It's just a learn of like, truly you're not special.
We come out here to shoot a fire hydrant with some slap rounds using my Serbu RN50. So we have the Serbu RN50 with the 36-inch long heavy barrel, and we're gonna go ahead and go big or go home and start out with this. This is a 50 BMG slap tracer round.
Is he gonna show the video of it exploding? No way, right?
The slap rounds tend to go a little to the right, so I aimed a little to the left, but this one actually hit true to where I was aiming. We hit right here. And you can see that thing is smoking. And then we blew right through the back of this thing. Everything was going pretty smooth. We shot the fire hydrant several times, but the slap
I'd buy an
rounds were acting
RN50.
a little funny. One of the slap rounds hit like 1.5 feet low and to the right. I say we hit it with one more slap round, but this time aim for the thickest part of the fire hydrant and see what happens.
Missed. Hey, they don't call it firepower for nothing, guys. Notice how much larger the muzzle flash is compared to the first slap round. Okay, that's first. Ooh!
It's hot.
Why was there such a big difference?
The gun was functioning normally, as it always has. I've been using this gun for a long time now, and I've never had any issues out of it. So before all this happened, we took one last shot, and it was actually really, really cool. The round was stuck out the back of the fire hydrant. This is a 50 BMG silver.
It was really cool, guys. Looking back to it, absolute cinema.
Red tip, armor piercing, incendiary tracer. So we went through the top of the fire hydrant. Look at that. Oh my gosh. It's just stuck out the back.
Oh my
After that, I
God.
decided I was going to take one last shot with a slap round. And try to hit the thickest spot on the fire hydrant. So before I loaded my last slap round, I know that there was no barrel obstruction because I literally found the round in the fire hydrant. But this last round that I loaded into my Serbu RN50 was a very, very hot round, and I had no idea. And there's really no way for me to have ever known that this round was as hot as it was.
Oh, I see.
So here you can see me taking the last shell casing out, and now I'm loading in the slap round.
So it pretty much exploded into itself, pretty much, because of the heat. And then
No.
it pushed back towards him and then hit his neck. Scratched his neck open. Oh, I see. Yeah, I had way too much gunpowder. Oof,
Yep.
that is rough.
Way too much explosive
I threw the
firepower.
cap on all the way.
Did it explode backwards then? No way. It just probably exploded. Too
And
much
the gun
gunpowder probably
closes
means exploded,
completely,
right?
and everything is
Shears-
functioning
And
as
it
normal.
Shears-
blasts off the. So it would shoot front.
Okay, so basically what happened, you know what?
But it would
No,
blast
fuck
the
it. I'll let
back,
Scott
and that's where his
explain it.
neck and chest is, and that's what.
And one thing is something someone may mention is maybe I didn't screw the cap on all the way. Well, you can clearly see the cap is screwed on all the way, and this gun actually will not close if the cap is not screwed on all the way.
The gun's
So
idiot
everything's
proof.
functioning good on the gun. What I didn't know was the slap round that I put inside it was extra hot, and I had no idea.
Is that just RNG? Or did he forget that that was like super loaded? Oh, from the heat of the sun, or is it just bad No, I feel like that's not the sun. It's just bad manufacturing. That the fact that it had too much gunpowder inside or something. Wow.
And there's really no way for me to have ever known. These rounds are extremely rare and they're very old. They're like $100 a piece. These aren't manufactured anymore. And really, there's no way you can really know what's happened to them over time as they've passed hand to hand. I was under the impression that these were genuine military surplus rounds and hadn't been tampered with. So now I'm gonna actually show you what happened. It's not graphic. All the graphic stuff happened after the fact, and I'm gonna...
Holy. It wasn't an ammo company. Some random person we think tampered with it. That's the reason why he said like tampered, right? Yeah, damn. Damn. Guys.
Tell you all about that, but I am going to show you what happened just so you can see what happened to me that day.
Oh! Oh my god! Holy! Oh! Oh my god!
Sheared the ears right off.
Holy!
I don't even need to let Scott explain it. You can see it.
Facing the camera, because that would have been rough to be able to see that. Zimbabwe assassin, thank you 9 months. And
So when I pulled the
thanks so much
trigger,
for the raid.
away from that alive Monka.
Exploded almost immediately. So the first thing that went was this cap. And this cap is solid steel, and it is very, very heavy. If you look right here, the threads.
Holy! Oh my god!
Are sheared off of this gun completely. I spoke with Mark Serbu, and he said that normal pressures are 55,000.
Dude, you know, in the last time I watched this guy, I did comment the fact that he did look like Charlie Kirk just a little bit. Bro, there's a curse, man. There's like a genuine curse. Unironic, bro. Dude, same almost location as well. That's crazy.
PSI.
That is absurd.
And for those threads to have sheared off and this
Dude,
cap
I'm
to
not,
have just blown
I'm not even joking. I'm not even joking. Come on. I'm dead ass serious.
off like that, we're looking at over 85,000 PSI. So the cap blows off.
30,000 overpressure.
Put these on because of my little nose brace.
Or
I'll
35,000
explain.
pounds overpressure,
But-
give or take.
Safety glasses are on,
W safety.
and this cap,
Safety first.
you can see this little crescent here. This cap hit me right there.
Holy shit, thank God he was wearing glasses. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Remember your safety
Dude,
squints.
At least it had shocked a little bit of. It's still like, don't get me wrong. Like, it's still. But. It probably negated a lot of the damage towards his eye away.
I'm not really sure which way, probably more like this, but it struck me in the face.
It could have been worse. Yeah, it
When
could
this
have been
cap
worse.
hit me in the face, it broke my orbital bone in 3 spots, here, and here. It also broke my nose, and that's why I have this on. I've had to have facial surgery to repair all this. Here's the really bad part, though.
Yeah, at least he still looks good, though.
On this lower, normally, there's these two ears that stick up right here. And this is what prevents you from closing the gun when the cap's not on all the way.
Right.
If the cap is on all the way, it will fit perfectly right here with those ears pushed up against it. When the cap blew off the gun, it came straight back, shearing those ears off the lower. One of these is still at the hospital, and this is the one we found. This one zipped right past my head, went inside my hat.
It was nearly game over for him.
Blew a hole through it, and took it off my head what appears 7 to 8 feet. Now the other one is...
Do you guys know in older guns, like World War I, World War II guns, there was like a chance of you just surviving because the gun doesn't even go off? Because this is kind of RNG, dude. And there were some moments where, like, yeah, some of the guns did just like explode. Yeah, misfires were common, or just didn't even like register or whatever, and you know, it's just not as consistent.
What almost ended me. The other ear hit me right here in the throat.
Holy
it proceeded to
shit.
lacerate my jugular vein and then punctured a hole in my right lung. As for my hand, my best guess is this is what did it. In the video, you can see that the stock almost disappears instantly. I believe it came in a downward motion and hit my finger. You have your natural bend in your index finger. Well, this bone right here looked like a V. So my finger looked like a big W. So back to the lacerated jugular. I've now
At least that's not that bad. That's not that bad. Breaking my finger is not too bad. It's a very like it heals like not that bad. It's not that bad. It's not like life changing at least. Like it's if it got hit in the wrist, maybe a different story. But like at least it was just his finger in that point. You know what I mean? Hey, that was very. I think everything here is very lucky. It's a good thing that he was wearing
Unfortunate
his
accident.
goggles. It was a good thing he was it was only his finger. God Lord, dude, he got so lucky. This is insane. I know about the throat cut. Okay, we're ignoring the elephant in the room because that's the most insane one. And
been hit in the throat, and I'm not really sure what happened because when this cap hit me in the face, I went blind in my right eye instantly. I have vision coming back now, and they say my eyes should make a full recovery. But in that moment, I went completely blind in this eye, and it was like I had been punched. And I went backwards, and I landed.
God, I feel like it would have been a different story if he wasn't wearing that safety goggles.
On all fours. A lot of you wonder who is behind the camera in my videos. This is my dad. His dad.
Oh my God, dude! His dad looks so sweet.
Name is also Scott. If he had not been out here with me, that would have been it for me. He come running up and he let me know of my injuries because I was still in a daze. I've just been punched in the face by a big metal cap.
I feel like after this, he probably only takes videos of him shooting with somebody else, no matter what. For sure. He probably had some videos where he's just alone or something, but ever since then, he has somebody with them always.
And he let me know real quick that there was a hole in my neck and I was losing a lot of blood really fast. My dad shoved his thumb into my neck and said, "Put your thumb there." Now that I'm aware of what's going on.
Holy W dad. No, that's literally like you're supposed to like. Dude, that's actually insane. How did they know how to do this? Were they like, that's insane.
I took my left thumb, I took my shirt, wrapped it in my shirt, and I shoved it as far into my neck as possible.
Yeah.
I was not aware that my jugular was...
Damn, dude. I feel like that genuinely saved his life.
Oh, it did.
Yeah. You know, The hat, the gun, right, and the shirt, the type of shirt, color. Oh yeah. Yeah, you're probably right. Yeah. Coaster Man Gaming to get 7 months. Yeah. Let me see the dad again.
Punched in the face. No. His name is also.
Wow, he is buff as. You know what? Yeah, I think you're right.
Scott. If he had not been out here with me by a big metal cap, and he let me know real quick that there was a hole in my neck and I was losing a lot of blood really fast. My dad shoved his thumb into my neck and said, put your thumb there. Now that I'm aware of what's going on, I took my left thumb, I took my shirt, wrapped it in my shirt, and I shoved it as far into my neck as possible. I was not aware that my jugular was lacerated, but I did know this is really bad. I have a law enforcement background, and I've been trained in injuries and wounds and gunshots and things like that. And I know very well that if you get hit in the neck, it's not good because you can't.
It's really not good. No, yeah.
Tourniquet a neck. After I had plugged the hole, I applied extreme pressure, pinched my head down into my hand, and made a run for the truck. So the truck here was right near us. There's a trailer attached. I had to run around the front. I jumped in the passenger seat. Dad jumped in, and we took off. And this all happened in a matter of seconds. I would say.
Woo! W. Not gonna lie, W. That's insane. The fact that how fast they were able to fix, do a temporary solution to mitigate the severity of it. That was absolutely an insane reaction time. Insane dad. Insane, movement. W columns, honestly. That is insane.
Under a minute, we were in that truck and just hauling tail into town. Something I forgot to mention, this upper weighs like 25 pounds. And you can see in the video that,
as somebody who dislocated her knee in a horrible way one time because it dislocated, but then because of dislocation I fell, and so while it was dislocated it bent, and then it was in a location where I couldn't really adjust myself or people couldn't help me, so I had to fix it myself. It was insane. But God, the adrenaline rush that you feel seeing your body in a way that you're never supposed to see it is such a rush of a feeling. Not in a good way.
Mm-hmm.
It's just more of everything becomes, okay, let me try to explain it. For somebody who's broken their leg or something like that, you'll know how this feels. Everything just becomes such everything of the background noise. Everybody was screaming in the background. Everything was just everything just feels so time slows down. Yeah, no, it does. Everything feels like this is it. Your brain is going survive now. You know what I mean?
That's called fight
and
or flight.
Everybody's screaming at me. Everybody's I was crying because it was so painful. It was the most painful dislocation I think I've ever had in my life, and I've had 30. So that was the worst one. It was the worst one because it went in a way where
30 dislocations.
It was really, really, really bad. It was really, really bad. To the point where even when I was trying to put it back or trying to move my leg, there was a hit of my nerve. That kind of feeling of my nerve hitting it. So I was like, oh, I can't. Because my mom tried to somebody tried to lift up my leg. Boom! Insane pain. And usually when you're in an adrenaline mode, you're not supposed to feel as much pain. No, dude, it was insanely strong. It was insanely strong. And I was like, whoa! And I was like, don't move me. Just hold on. And then I had to stop. I had to stop crying for a little bit. And I moved the things out of my back because there was a shoe shelf, and I pushed it away. Carried myself so that instead of the weight being on my foot of it straightening out like that, it would straighten out in the heaviest part where it wouldn't feel so bad. So I carried myself up, pushed myself back so that the leg would lengthen, and stay straightened. First time. Didn't go back. Whew. Hurts. Hurts. Okay, maybe it needs to be more straight. Go back a bit more. Boom. Try again. I don't want anybody else to touch it because I don't know why, but it hurts more when somebody else fixes. I've always... nobody else has ever fixed my dislocation. It has always been me. Not one time has somebody put back my knee for me. It has always been me. So when somebody else does it, it just feels too bad. I can't deal with it. I can't deal with it. And then, so I did it again. Third try. Wasn't going back. It was hurting excruciating. Anyway, fourth time was the charm. I was happy to put it back. And yeah, and I cried so hard after the adrenaline went off, and I was like, and I started really crying.
It just gets thrown off the table.
But during it, not a peep. I did not speak that much. All I said was, don't touch it. And then I just dealt with it. But yeah, no, it's a crazy feeling, especially when you have to be the one that fixes something. When you are the one that has to fix something, it's a crazy feeling. If you just have to go to the hospital and you're in the, you know, it's insane.
Much pressure came out the back of this upper that it launched it off the table. It's an insane amount of energy that was thrown into my body. So now we're driving very fast into town.
Well, yeah, this is a dislocation. I would have survived it no matter what.
Throat, and I'm breathing very slowly.
It's for sure not comparable to getting a hole in your neck. So I cannot relate to that. That's for sure.
Trying to control my heart rate, because the faster your heart rate, the faster you're going to bleed. My dad's driving, so I thought it would be nice of me to call the ambulance.
Oh, I thought he said take a photo. I was like, what? No. He just, he wanted to call the ambulance. Okay. Bro, that would be crazy. Can you imagine? Yeah, that would have been a good time to take a photo. No.
My dad didn't agree with this, but I wanted to do it myself because I wanted to try and stay awake. I needed to be doing something to keep myself conscious. If you have an iPhone...
Demi, fun fact, if you fix your dislocation yourself, it's much more riskier for future damage. No, I'm not normal. That's for normal people. I'm not normal, unfortunately. My dislocations, it's not because of, like, me doing something weird. My body is not normal. Later on in my life, I'm gonna need surgeries for a lot of my joints. Later on in my life, Not now, but I've had dislocations in my ankle. My mom has dislocations in her jaw. My mom has dislocations in her shoulder. But like sooner or later, there's gonna be something else that dislocates really bad. I'm pretty sure because I've already had dislocations in my ankle, but I never had like ankle surgery yet. I'm probably needing that like maybe in 5 years. But that's the reason why I'm so like, I'm sorry that I'm like this. I know I'm like earning enough and stuff, but I know that I'm very sickly, and there's gonna be so many things that I'm gonna go back to the hospital for. So like money kind of stresses me out because like I don't want my mom to pay for it. You know what I mean? Are your siblings the same, or is it just only lucky you? You know what? When I found out that I had Ehlers-Danlos loss, the doctor was like, so this was a 50-50, this was a 50-50, this was a 50-50. Your siblings won, and you lost. And she pointed directly at me, and I'm like...
There's this nifty little feature on the side here, and if you hit that button one too many times, it'll call 911. This can be kind of annoying when you're trying to shut off your alarm in the morning. But when there's a lot of bodily fluids on your phone and you can't open it, it comes in really handy. I got on the phone with 911 and I let them know what had happened and that we were coming into town and they were going to send an ambulance to meet us halfway. There were several times where I thought I was going to pass out. And I knew if I passed out...
This shit is so deadly, Demi. Keep in mind, in World War II, it was common to strategy to throw fake ammo to enemy to make their guns self-implode to kill them. Him surviving was so lucky. Yeah, this is all just like extreme luck. Restricted.
That was going to be it, because my dad's driving. If I pass out, who's going to keep applying pressure to my neck to keep me from bleeding out? Times like this, you really need something to focus on, and I focused on my kids. I had their faces in my brain, and I just focused on them, and I fought as hard as I could. I stayed conscious the entire time. We met the ambulance halfway. They got me loaded up, and we took off towards the hospital. And like I said, I know that I was in a bad spot, and I don't know if you know this, but if your jugular is completely severed, you have 30 seconds. I knew that being hit in the throat, I may not have much time, but the closer we got to the hospital, the more my confidence built, and I thought, hey, maybe I'm gonna be all right. When I was in the ambulance, I asked them to cut my shirt off because I was having trouble breathing, and I thought maybe I'd been hit in the chest as well. They cut my shirt off.
The fact that he was still talking is insane to me. Hey, 911, what's your issue? My jugular has been absolutely cut. I am going to go to the hospital now. My God.
There wasn't anything there, but when I got to the hospital, they x-rayed me, and they said my right lung had collapsed because it had filled with blood, and that was from this little guy here puncturing my lung as well. So from there, they had to intubate me while I was wide awake, and I tell you, that is not fun. They take this long metal rod with a point on it, and they stick it through your rib cage, and it wasn't fun. After that, I was feeling a little better. I could breathe a little better. And then they wanted me to take my thumb.
I remember this one time during yeah, I'm sorry to like compare this to it was a teeth removal, but there was one time the anesthesia, the thingy that makes it numb was gone. But we were too deep into the thing that we can't just like stop now. So we had to continue. No, we didn't miscalculate time. It's just that I wanted to try to get rid of all of it to get at once. But you know, okay. The way it works is that when you have how do you say it? Anesthesia? Yeah, when you do local anesthesia and stuff like that, it will work it will work really well at the first. It will work really well. And then after a while, your body won't really like do it anymore. So you're in a cap, right? And I told her, let's do it. I literally told her, let's do it until I reach my cap. Holy, the cap was in 2 teeth, and for some reason I was like, let's do 3. And then, oh my God, I felt everything. I felt literally everything. I felt everything get cut. It was so bad to the point where I ripped my nails dug to the chair so deep to the point where like it ripped through the shirt. And then my mom saw me like dead ass like looking up and crying. The tears were just going through because I could feel the drill going like and everything, and it was like genuine torture. It was like the worst thing in my life. Yeah, no, it was bad, and I could feel the tendons like ripping out, and the tooth being halved. I felt everything, but we were too deep in to like go like, oh, I can't do this anymore. But I can't do anything. If she puts more like local anesthesia or whatever, it won't do anything. So yeah, I just had to deal with it. I just had to deal with the pain. Dude, my bad. I thought that I forgot my weight, honestly. Holy mother of God. That's probably why I couldn't do the third. I don't know. I don't know what it was. Maybe no, it is what it is. It is what it is. Yeah, that shit was rough. That shit was so rough. I'll never forget that kind of pain. The pain of being in surgery and you could feel everything. Also, I have a bad, unlucky line with surgery. Did you know that when they were having surgery on my knee, they hit my nerve so hard because the thingy went out. The IV line went out, so they had to re-put it, and they were re-putting it while I was asleep. And it hit a nerve to the point where I woke up screaming. I woke up like, ah! And then I started like crying. Like I literally started crying because it was like so like it was like I never felt this before. There was this one time. It's one time in my life, but it was a shockwave from my arm to my rest of my body to the by the way, and I woke up with that tremendous pain that I just screamed and cried instantly. Wow, I went through so much. Jesus Christ.
Thumb out of my neck, and I was like, we're not taking my thumb out of my neck. You just wrap it up with some tape and stay there. But they told me I had to take my thumb.
How are you even alive? No, you're scared of everything. I never thought I would be hearing all of this when I started to watch today. Yeah, well, I mean, watching somebody else go through a traumatic thing in their life makes me remind myself of what I had to go through. Because you don't really think about it.
Out of my neck. So they had a bunch of gauze and packing, and as soon as I pulled it out, they packed my throat. When I pulled my thumb out, that's when I saw my finger, and they said that I audibly said, "Oh, that's not good," because my finger looked like a big W. They informed me after that they were going to have to life flight me to Vanderbilt Hospital in Nashville, Tennessee. Very, very good hospital with very, very good doctors. Obviously, I'm here making this video.
Yeah.
Big shout out to Vanderbilt Hospital. You guys are the best. So now they're about to knock me out. And at this moment, I realized that this may be the last time that I see my wife or see my dad, because once they knock you out, you know, that's it. Either they're gonna fix you or you're not waking up. My wife had arrived. I called her in there. I held her hand and we had words. And then I called my dad in to pray.
Holy.
And after that, I remember waking up in Vanderbilt Hospital, hooked up to every machine possible. I'm gonna throw some pictures in here. So they did a number on me. So you can see this cut here, and this actually goes all the way down.
Oh my God!
Down to right here. To repair my jugular and my lung, they had to open up my chest completely. They cut me completely open, just like open heart surgery. They told me a guy my size should hold 6 to 8 units of blood, and total, from all the blood I lost from the initial injury and the surgeries, they had to give me 5 units. There was also a...
I love how he didn't cut that out.
There was also a chance that I could have had a stroke. To repair your jugular vein, they have to pinch it off. Well, your jugular vein supplies the oxygenated blood to your brain. So they can only pinch it off for so long. They pinch it off, they repair it, then after that, when they open it back up, all that blood rushes into your brain, and there's a chance you could have a stroke.
Whew. Stress, stress, stress.
Praise God, I did not have a stroke as well. As for my hand and my face, they had to do surgery on that as well. I have pins in my finger to hold it in place. And like I said, they had to repair my orbital bone in 3 spots. As you can see, they cut me here and right here. And
They did a good job, though. This is like the most minuscule kind of scars ever. Like crazy damage.
I also cut inside my mouth, all the way back here to the front.
He looks good.
To be able to get to all of those spots. So I had a breathing tube in, but I still wanted to talk. I wanted to know what had happened.
Yo, Doc, am I okay? Or... Like, dude, that's insane.
To me and what was going to happen. Well, my nurse, Cody, shout out to that guy, best nurse ever, brought me a dry erase board so that I could write and ask questions.
What?
I wanted to talk to my wife. Well, he would call her for me, and then I would write out what I wanted to say, and he would say it over the phone for me, and then I could sit there and talk to my wife. Also, I really wanted a Mellow Yellow. I was craving it so bad. When I was finally unhooked from everything, I remember sitting in my room, and he peeked his head in. He was like, "Can you eat and drink now?" I said, "Yeah." He handed me a Mellow Yellow. Coolest
what a nice nurse. Holy
nurse ever. So for about 2 days, I had tubes coming out of the front of my chest, 1 tube coming out of my right side, and 1 tube coming out from behind my collarbone to drain everything around my lungs. Now to carry this little
My favorite soda is Royal in the Philippines. Specifically in the Philippines, it doesn't taste as good in other countries, IMO.
vacuum pack with me. They removed those really quick. I'm healing extremely fast. They kicked me out of trauma within a few days. This happened happened on April 9th, which is a Friday. I went home the following Saturday.
You know what? For somebody that went through such crazy damage, he doesn't look bad at all.
There is a lot more to this story when it comes to my injuries and everything that I had to do to overcome them. Long story short, I shouldn't be standing here. I should be 6 foot under, and if it wasn't for God, I wouldn't be talking.
I'm not gonna lie, if I went through something like this, I would also be very religious afterwards. I would be like...
talking to you right now. So I know there's one big question that you're all wondering.
Amen.
What's going to happen to Kentucky Ballistics, and am I going to keep making videos? And the answer to that is absolutely. I'm not going to quit doing what I love because of a freak accident. There's nothing that can keep me from continuing on. I love what I do, and I appreciate
Well,
every single one of you. I am healing at a Wolverine rate. I am
no, we can see that. We can definitely see that.
healing so fast that really a lot of people have been kind of confused at how fast I'm healing. That's God. He's healing me quick. And I'm going to keep making videos, and I cannot wait to get back out here. I have some videos planned, and I think you're going to like them. It's going to be some really funny stuff. Also, I know there's going to be a good bit of you that want to support
Just put a thumb in it. Oh my God!
me while I'm healing, and I really appreciate that. But I don't want to do a GoFundMe or anything like that. If you want to help me out, I want you to get something out of it too. So we got some new shirts. The doctors told me that if it wasn't for this thumb, that I would have died. This thumb saved my life. And my wife came up with this saying. She said, just put a thumb in it. And I thought that was a
W-wife. That's a good ass shirt. What is your religion? I don't really. I'm agnostic. I pretty much. I'm not very religious as a person. I know I talk about God a lot, but that's because I'm, come on, come on. I grew up in a Catholic school.
funniest thing ever.
Dan the Warrior Dog. Thank you so much for 2 months.
So that's what we're going with. We have
Bro was so close
just put a
to
thumb in it. Shirts. I think these are awesome. And if you want to support me, there's a link in the description down below. They're available now. Pick you up a shirt and support Kentucky Ballistics. This is not my normal content and definitely not what you expected me to post this week, but this is something I felt like I needed to let you know. Again, this was a complete freak accident, and there's no way I would have ever known just how hot that round was.
This was such a well-informative video of what went wrong, and I love the way he speaks. There's something about it that just makes me like sit down and just like listen.
Until it was too late. So like I said, I'm healing really fast, and I'm going to be back to it as soon as possible. But in the meantime,
I love his editing as well. It's just so calm, like just like cuts and that's it. You know what I mean? I love it when people are able to bring out their personality without over-editing.
your eyes peeled for some pretty interesting videos I have planned and my update videos. Before I close this video, I just want to say how much I appreciate every single one of you. Thank you for making what I do possible. And I know that the majority of you are going to be extremely supportive right now, and I really appreciate that. Don't forget, if you want to pick up a shirt, there's a link in the description down below. And as always, my name is Scott. My name is Scott, and you will most definitely see me next time.
Damn! Oh my! Dude! Holy! Oh my God! 4 years ago. Oh yeah, 4 years. April 9th at 2021. Whoa! It's almost like a 5-year anniversary from this, like 2 more days. Holy
Hello and welcome back to the channel. We're doing something a little different today. I, in my old little wee self, was sitting on YouTube, and I guess YouTube thought I felt like having a nostalgia trip. And it was right, because I watched a bunch of old Goons stuff. And then I got recommended 30 minutes of hysterical Goons moments. And I thought it would be interesting to watch that with you guys. Give you guys some additional commentary. Maybe some little things you didn't know. Maybe I'll tell you stuff that was cut out. Ooh, maybe there was more to a joke, or maybe we cut some stuff out. Who knows? That's why I'm here to tell you. I thought it would be fun to relive some good old Goons moments, seeing as we were completely unhinged back in the day. So there's probably going to be a lot of stuff I would not say nowadays. So Twitter, please keep that in mind. Okay, I'm reformed. I only laugh at a little bit of racism. A little bit. It looks like a lot. To be fair, I'm stretched. That's not that much. It looks more than it is. It's like a light spotting of racism. We're not like bleeding racism, you know? I feel like a lot of these I'm not even gonna like be around for these sessions, so perfect. All right, fantastic.
My sister drinks so much battery acid. She could start a lawnmower just by looking at it.
I was not in this session, I don't think.
And she starts my pee-pee just by looking at it.
I'm sure it's just a bunch of sporadic clips.
My sister's penis is so big, it owns Colorado.
How big is it?
Colorado.
Damn.
Chad, is this a recent one? Oh, hello. Hate speech. All right, good fucking start, baby. By the way, chat, we're watching it on It's Marno. So if you do, I think they have a few other compilations up. Yeah, racism compilation. We're not going to be watching that one on stream. But yeah, they're there. So, you know, if this one's a banger, check them out. If it's not a banger, hate speech, flag them. No, I'm kidding. Please don't. Yeah, all the work we do over the years. That's us. Yep. Let's go, baby. All right, I don't know. This beat going fucking crazy. I don't know what's going on here, but.
Oh man, I don't know what killed you.
Oh man.
I wish your mom would have swallowed you.
That's toxic.
Nothing nice.
You will do the taking back now.
Oh, chat. Early accent days.
I got a spicy chicken sandwich, no mayo, and some french fries.
Grab that like a third grader.
I literally could not have cared less that you didn't get mayo. Like, you didn't need this.
I know.
Yeah, Grizzly, no one gets...
Is there a certain reason you didn't get mayo on that sandwich?
I didn't want mayo.
Hey, what?
Oh, I'm watching my weight.
Watching your weight with a crispy chicken. That's crazy. That's crazy.
You put in that
It's okay,
light
guys. You got a
mayonnaise
Diet
on
Coke
it.
with that, so it's all
It's
good.
all about the calorie deficit, dude.
Oh, bro, early ass fucking Siege days. That accent, if you had no joke, just pull out that accent. It was guaranteed to lead to fucking something. Yeah, that was also like early health takers. So this is probably from like, oh god, this is probably like a 2019 video. That last one.
Excuse me, that was my goldfish. Could you imagine being like a Walmart greeter and the kid just comes by and goes, "Can I have a Walmart sticker?"
I would commit manslaughter for the first time on that.
I would use
day.
my little greeter vest and wrap it around their little decrepit neck and choke them with an inch of their life.
Didn't ask, plus ratio, plus shut up.
Didn't Fortnite, didn't 19,
All right.
didn't card giveaway.
Dude, it's so weird. You can see like when we move from trend to trend of didn't ask. We moved on from the accent. That video was in the didn't ask phase.
What the hell, dude?
I am
You have
not.
luck so much in this game.
Retard luck.
Whoa, McNasty, that's really insensitive. The people like him is just called luck. Come on now.
I feel like dude. I feel like if were lucky, they wouldn't be. All right, that's toxic. I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
That's a fair point.
Bro, no, that was a skinwalker. I didn't say that.
I tried to play the genetic lottery. I lost.
I lost. Oh no.
I'm gonna double down on chromosomes. Oh.
Double or nothing.
Double down on chromosomes.
For Martin Luther King Day.
Okay. Grizzly, do people exchange?
Shut up. I just knew it was coming.
I'm gonna buy you a gift.
I hate you.
Slayer has entered the game.
Okay, guys, gotta go.
Yeah, Grizzly, I think for own safety you should know. Oh my god.
Me again.
Yeah. Living my life on the run. Gotta make a new alias.
Slayer.
Grizzly, all you have to do this round is kill your arch nemesis. Minimus? Yeah, you got.
My arch nemesis.
Okay, you gotta kill your arch nemesis, Grizzly.
This is gonna be really ironic if he kills me, huh?
I hope he does.
Everybody's waiting on this right now.
Oh, Grizzly is engaged. Look at this. I'm getting sick.
Oh no.
Oh, is it? Is it? Yeah! Grizzly ended racism.
What a good day that was. Grizzly finished off racism. Okay. Alright, McNasty brought it back.
Rub the whole damn slushy.
See, now Grizzly can relate.
I'ma get crazy.
I played that song in my Omega video, and everybody's saying I said the N-word with my guitar.
From a musical standpoint, the N-word was said. Said the N-word in F sharp.
He played the N chord.
Not bad.
Well, we can arrange that.
Dude played the N chord.
Banned by the church.
The forbidden chord that only can play.
I feel like there's a, there was a bit that was cut out from that. I do remember that conversation. I forget who. I think it was either me or a dude that was like, "What do you think the N chord would sound like?" And McNasty said, "A straight pipe Dodge Charger." And yeah, there's some additional goons lore you get.
Oh my god. What's up,
Straight from the
dude?
horse's mouth.
Man, you like playing Siege?
United States isn't right now. Fuck no.
You ever felt the warm embrace of a female?
Yeah, once.
Okay, I like.
Is she alive?
I like men.
Yeah, understandable. I also love men.
You wanna fart in a UPS box and ship it to me? I'll send you my address. Just come to my house anytime you want and drink my milk and stuff. I don't care.
Man,
Don't even
only if
gotta
I had a
talk,
car.
just come over and
Only
drink
if
my
I
milk.
have a car.
I'll buy you a car right now.
As long as you drink my milk.
Yeah, I'll do it.
You gotta drink my milk
Dude,
right
what?
out the tap, though.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
The nippy.
Right out his.
Yeah.
Excuse me? Excuse me?
I don't have those anymore.
Sorry.
Oh, I think he said the N
Dude
word
likes
on
men.
accident.
Grizzly,
Wait.
Big
you wanna tell us?
cock.
No.
Grizzy and Dubin confirmed. Now that would be something you'd never see coming right there. Grizzy and Dude just had like this hidden, crazy love.
Fucking noise.
No one knew.
That's an M. Night Shyamalan plot twist there, boys.
Makes you think of it. Just constantly sitting
You
there.
guys are acting awful funny now that I brought it up.
Yeah, dude's oddly quiet during this.
Just fantasizing about really.
What do you think would happen if you went to the bathroom and went to the urinal but didn't pull down your pants?
Hold on, chat. There's 2 clips. I think there's 2 clips I want to watch. This is fucking kill me. I don't know why they make me laugh as much as they do. This one's a
Minecraft
short one.
jeans.
But Chad, this one, dude, this shit made me laugh
Got
so
Minecraft
fucking
Steve
hard
boxers.
for no
Minecraft
reason back in the day. I think this was from
jeans.
20.
Oh, creeper
shorts.
Got Minecraft
2020?
Steve boxers today.
Can you imagine like a big old trucker guy saying that?
Minecraft boxers are ruined.
Go have to go buy a new pair of Minecraft boxers.
Minecraft boxes are what?
Ruined.
Ruined. I farted, and now they're ruined.
Dude, where's... Oh, does it show... No, they didn't capture the whole thing, bro. The fucking... the argument Soup and Do have for, like... God, it's probably 15 minutes in actual time and maybe a few minutes in the video. But fucking... The argument they have of wearing underwear front versus backwards. Dude, it is fucking... Oh, try to find underwear front. How do it's off of that clip. It's after that clip is. Oh, it's so funny. This session was fucking unhinged, though.
Have to pick one. Would you rather be in the room during the sex with your parents in which you were conceived, or have both of your legs chopped off with no anesthetic?
Oh, I'm watching my dad bust in there.
I would watch my dad blow a load, of course.
Oh yeah,
I'd rather
he's
do that
balls deep.
for free now.
It's literally like
free.
it's a punishment versus like a nice little
It's like a
trip
reward.
back in
Yeah,
time.
Shit, I've already seen him do it 100 other times.
Dude, that was actually the easiest would you rather I've ever had to do.
Wow.
Yeah, honestly, that wasn't even a challenge.
Would you rather have sex with a woman or slash your own balls off? What an assault.
Can I do both?
Sign me up. Sign me up for number 2.
You guys are fucked. That's not an easy hypothetical. I know a lot of people that would rather have their legs.
I would rather be a human McNugget than watch your parents fuck for like 3 minutes.
Yeah, yeah. I think I'd rather watch my parents have sex.
Chat, what's the verdict there? I'm watching my parents fuck, me personally. You guys already knew that. I said in the video, but yeah, you know.
Sex than become literally Geodude.
Would you rather eat one of your mom's turds on live television or live the rest of your life with one leg?
These are so easy. I'm eating the turd. Why is it the legs? Why you keep picking on the legs?
Okay, well, anybody, what body part?
Dude's videos would only be half as good if you lost one.
Okay, listen, you have to eat your mom's turds for a year on live television, or you live the rest of your life blind.
What do you mean for a year? Is that every day?
This shit is so stupid. What the fuck is wrong with us, man? 365.
Wait, actually,
every time mom poos, I gotta go live?
Yes.
Man.
if you eat poop for a year, would you go blind anyways?
Probably. Your only sustenance is mom's shit.
Yummy's the thinking man. He's the thinking man.
Yummy's the scholar amongst us.
He's thinking long-term turds over here.
Now wait, are we saying only the turds? Because I don't know how many calories are in a turd. That might not be enough to live.
Can I have like a plate of
No, you
beans
can
as
still
well?
have regular food throughout the year. Like, you can still have your normal diet.
Oh
right?
yeah, then treat myself with a good old hamburger after eating mom's shit.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That's an easy one. You're gonna have to step it up.
Just imagine hearing that out of context.
A long day of eating turds out of mom's ass. I'm gonna have a good old hamburger.
Would you rather have the motherfucking N-word tattooed on your forehead where everyone... and you cannot cover it with hair or anything? Or lose your legs?
The N-word.
Can I do both?
Racist Geodude.
Dude, you would be one fucked up creative character.
Imagine seeing this in a cutscene, your custom character.
I would just be wondering if he lost the legs first or got the tattoo first.
He was mad about the guy that took his legs.
Black people
choose.
inform about legs.
So we elected to get the tattoo.
I would look at that guy and be like, man, he has been through some shit.
Yeah, like, I wouldn't even bother him. Like, I just let him be racist in peace. You know?
He got jumped by like some white supremacist clan. They chopped his leg off and tattooed his head on his fucking head.
Oh, God.
I got a question for everybody. Would you rather lose your eyesight forever but have the biggest wiener on the planet? Or you can see a mile in the distance, but you have a cleft penis?
You can see a mile in the distance.
What do you think a mile is?
Have you ever looked out of an airplane?
So do you know how fucking far the moon is? And you know how far the sun is? You look at the sun.
Listen, I didn't make the question.
in.
Don't shoot the messenger. I didn't make the question.
And what the hell is a cleft penis? We just glided over that one.
I didn't make the question. Okay, don't shoot the messenger.
Stoop is so bad at these, bro. Stoop is actually. It's so funny. We literally like have an actual IRL drinking game with like my friends now. Whenever we get drunk, like Smitty and our like IRL friend group. Whenever we get drunk at a bar, we'll go over Would You Rather, and we will come up with literally anything, and it always reverts back to losing your legs. I think the bottom line is losing your legs would fucking suck.
I read that off of Yelp.
Stop reading Yelp.
Well, you guys gonna answer or what? That's all I want.
No, I would not want to do whatever you're talking about.
Would you rather be blind with a big old tallywhacker, or you can see a mile?
I'm just fucking killing myself.
Here's
Right?
the
In this
problem.
scenario, I'm just blowing my
If
brains
I'm
out.
blind but my pee-pee big, dude, that means
I
a
don't know
dude
what
could
I'm
be
putting it
sucking
in.
me and I wouldn't even know it's a guy. I would think it's a girl.
wrong with that?
So
A
I want
mouth
it to
is a
be a
mouth.
girl. Would you rather have a cleft armpit or a fourth leg?
Would you rather shit yourself forever or piss yourself forever? Like non-stop 24/7.
Piss.
Absolutely pissed.
Nah,
Think so?
No.
No, I'd rather piss. Just get a little hose in there.
No, definitely not. I take it back.
You want
Yeah,
literal
shit,
turds
shit.
sliding out of your
Diaper,
ass 24/7.
If I was okay, listen. If I
This
was
got heated
no,
quick.
no. If I was known for shitting myself constantly, like that's gonna result in a lot of bullying. So I would just use that to my advantage and become like a fucking doo-doo villain.
Dude, true. You always have projectiles, like against any enemy.
Yes.
Think about how often you pee versus how often you poop as well.
No, both are constant. Both are constant.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
Yeah, like
it's
a non-stop flow.
Yeah.
What the
honestly,
fuck?
You wouldn't be
is
able to
killing
live at
myself
that
an
point.
option?
No. You have to live a long, fruitful life. You just happen to piss yourself all the time.
Does not sound like a fruitful
Neither of those are fruitful.
Long, fruitful life.
Your poop might be fruitful, but your life won't be.
Ew.
I don't understand. I don't know which one would be worse, to be honest.
Honestly, I'd rather pee. Just get a little hose.
No, you can't stop it.
How do you have
You
sex,
have to
though?
just piss your pants.
No
You have
sex.
to have like a contraption that just connects your bladder to the
Sex
seat.
while you're shitting your pants.
It'd probably be easier to have sex while you're shitting yourself than peeing yourself.
Yeah, I'm
Why?
sure a woman
Dude,
would be
you're
like,
not having sex. Like that's out of the fucking question. You're not having sex ever.
Yeah, I didn't think that was even on the table here.
It's not-
you never know.
It's good enough game to have sex.
Bro, girl, fuck you.
Constantly.
Standing in the bar, you just smell like the monkey cage at the
The
zoo.
fucking
whole time.
Rock doesn't have good enough game to have sex while he's shitting constantly.
Oh, wow, what's everybody doing then?
I would still rather shit because I just become a villain.
Pee.
Okay, I got one for you guys. Neither of these are true, but you have to be known for one of these, and you have to try and convince people that you haven't done it. You're either a baby puncher or a grandma humper.
Grandma humper.
I'd absolutely be a baby puncher. What
Grandma
the hell
Humper is like a social you're like a god.
Grandma Humper? In what? Where?
People think the grandmas have dementia.
Oh, so are you Chris Chan or...
You can't change it after you already asked the question.
Nope, sorry, it's been changed, brother. You're either a baby puncher or grandma with dementia humper.
Does the baby also have dementia?
It's a fucking baby, Blarg. It's a fucking baby.
Okay.
Born with a degenerative brain disease.
Baby freaking retarded.
Because then I might be a baby puncher.
You already have to be disabled for me to want to beat it up.
Oh, that's insane.
Yeah, Grandma Humper all the way.
Okay,
Yeah.
how are you
Oh,
gonna talk your
fuck.
way out of that? How are you gonna
Chad,
talk
this
your way out
shit, dude, this
I would own it.
session.
What do you mean?
Yeah, I would just.
of that? You would own it. You would own up.
This
to
has got to be up there with the crabs sessions.
potential illegal activities.
Wait, no, I wouldn't do it because, like, I don't know, I wouldn't. Okay, Grandma Humper.
Oh my god, wait. Somebody actually uploaded this game?
To rip a horse in half and play this.
Dude. Chad, this game was horrendous. Every single yellow page in the yellow pages. So this is what you did. You were playing as Olaf the Snowman, and you fired corn, and you were inside of a colon.
The whole thing.
And you tried to kill him. Try to kill people.
I would rather go back in
This
time
was
and
it.
eat my own homework.
This was the whole game. We played this for a while. I'd
You
munch
guys are
my
corn.
grandma's cooch to not play this anymore.
I'd rather jerk off in a PetSmart.
I'd rather jerk off the pets in PetSmart. Okay. On that note, anyway, yeah, I think that's enough for going down old memory lane. If you guys like it, we can definitely do it again. So let me know in the comments. Twitch seems to have liked it, but you know, you guys are a whole different animal over on YouTube. So yeah, if you did enjoy the video, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe if you're new. And I'll see you in your next one. Chat, today we are watching another video from Runo Waslib. We're watching me when the goons moments. So we're gonna watch times where we said me when. If you like me when moments, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe. Also, if you're interested, my new channel, which I guess isn't that new anymore, but video number 4 should probably be up by the time you're watching this. So if you want to go check that channel out, link is down in the description. I think the next video that will be up on it, we're talking about torture, fun little torture methods from back in the day. Good old ones. Like putting poles in butts, the upright jerker, good old Piona Kool-Aid, all sorts of fun stuff. So you're interested in finding out about torture? Links down there. Oh, Danielle made cookies. Do I want a cookie now or do I want after? Do I want after? Do I want one after? Actually, now sounds kind of good. I'll be real. Chat, we're waiting a cookie. Be patient. Good things come to those who wait. If you wait long enough, no matter where you're at, eventually a cookie will show up. My sources say. Okay, house is not that big. It's taking a long time for this cookie to show up. Very ominous door pull. You plated it and everything. Thanks. What's that for? Bye. Chat, look at that cookie. It's a good looking cookie right there. I got doo-doo on my lips. Damn, bro. That shit chocolatey as a motherfucker. I have doo-doo lips. No milk? When I fucking look like I have Down syndrome? I'm not drinking milk, brother.
There's 2 guys in there. You and I'm
Howdy.
delivering.
Friday, November 20th, 2015. A Delta Force operator, serving as an advisor to the U.S. Embassy in Mali, quickly found himself in the middle of a deadly assault on the luxury Radisson Blu Hotel after 8 gunmen marched room to room, hunting down innocent civilians.
The breaking news out of Mali, a massive hostage situation at a hotel, and now we are hearing 3 people are dead.
And with little to no support or government approval, this rogue operator loaded out with his personal kit and stormed the hotel where he marched room to room, hunting down the gunmen.
Ooh.
In 2015, Delta Force operator Kyle Morgan was on deployment in Africa, working a special assignment as a Task Force DoD advisor to the ambassador of the U.S. Embassy in Mali, with the primary objective of fostering and enhancing relationships between both the embassy personnel and the local community. But despite his diplomatic activities, Morgan, an experienced operator, maintained his readiness, keeping his kit within reach at all times, knowing full well that the region was plagued by various terror cells who mainly recuperate in the region. Terror cells such as Almora Batoon, a group recently targeted by U.S. warplanes months prior in Libya.
Major al-Qaeda militant targeted in Libya.
And after their leader Mokhtar Belmokhtar was unable to be confirmed dead or alive following the strike in Libya, US and UK intelligence feared Belmokhtar could potentially be recuperating and rebuilding his group in Mali.
They have not confirmed whether he is dead or alive. The Pentagon
And feared Belmokhtar would become more focused than ever in his goal of destroying Western targets. And one of his easiest targets was the luxurious Radisson Collection Hotel in Bamako, also known as the Radisson Blu, positioned in a relatively modern and upscale region of Mali, known for its embassies, international organizations, and shopping malls. The area hosts a dense population with a high volume of Western nationals doing business at their respective embassies, many of whom stay at the hotel. Almor Batoon wasted no time and launched an attack on the hotel only 4 months after the attack in Libya. And on the morning of November 20th, at approximately 7 a.m., Kyle Morgan was phoned by an embassy staffer warning him of an ongoing assault at the nearby Radisson Blu Hotel, reporting that 8 heavily armed gunmen were running rampant throughout the building, and that the embassy deputy next door wasn't answering his phone. Morgan quickly loaded out, grabbing his HK-416 and his plate carrier, and sprinted next door to the deputy's residence. As he made contact, the deputy was on his phone with his security personnel, currently stuck inside the hotel and under attack. Morgan, realizing nobody else was coming, informed the deputy he was going to rescue them. The deputy looked at him like he was crazy and ignored him. Morgan doubled down and informed the deputy he wasn't asking. He took their room and phone numbers and sprinted for the hotel. Morgan received yet another phone call from the U.S. Embassy staffer, informing him of an American who just called in, reporting he was stuck inside the hotel within the dining hall, which was actively on fire. To reach the American first, Morgan sprinted toward the side of the building engulfed in flames and burst through a service door, successfully breaching the hotel. He then followed a path of casualties to the stairway and bolted up the stairs to locate the dining hall. Once inside, he was unable to breathe through the thick smoke. He then dropped to the ground and crawled his way to locate the American. Once located, he then herded a group of civilians stranded in the dining hall and evacuated the group from the building, where he then phoned the embassy and organized a shuttle to escort them away from the area. Morgan then returned inside to provide aid and hunt down the gunman, as security personnel on the scene desperately attempted to do the same. The U.S. Embassy staffer continues notifying Morgan of various civilians trapped within the hotel. He picks up a piece of paper off the ground and writes down their room numbers and goes room to room kicking down doors until he finds himself face to face with the gunman in the stairwell. But first, a quick word from today's sponsor, Aura. Last summer, I received wave after wave of robocalls, sometimes even up to 5 times a day. These calls from AI soundboards aren't just annoying, they're also dangerous. That's why today I'm proud this video is sponsored by Aura. Aura tackles the problem at its roots by identifying data brokers who are collecting and selling your information, which is one of many
I'm watching this video, so
AI
the least I can do is just listen to the ad.
There have been multiple reports of AI-generated robocallers attempting to clone your voice by recording its likeness each time you answer the phone. Its likeness is then used to scam your loved ones. It's a wake-up call about how exposed and vulnerable our personal privacy and information really is, especially in this ever-changing age of AI. By automatically opting out of data broker lists, Aura has significantly reduced the number of spam calls that I receive and has helped me secure my information. That's right, Aura opts out of these data broker lists for you, but that's not all they do. Aura's comprehensive protection offers a suite of tools, including antivirus, VPN for secure browsing, password management, identity theft insurance, and even credit monitoring, all in one place. There's no juggling between multiple subscriptions or apps. Aura does it all in one convenient place, providing a peace of mind in an age where digital privacy almost seems like a myth. If you're tired of spam calls and sick of people selling your information, I highly recommend checking out Aura. They've been kind enough to offer you guys a 2-week free trial. Just visit aura.com/popomedic or check the link in the description down below. After clearing and evacuating the first few floors, Morgan continues on through the emergency stairwell and ascends towards the upper levels. Concurrently, descending gunmen unexpectedly converge with Morgan in the stairwell. Instantly, both men open fire and leap backwards around their respective corners. Neither Morgan or the gunman were hit, but enraged, Morgan got to his feet and aggressively reapproached the gunman until he heard the sound of a pulled grenade pin. The explosion rocked the building and Morgan, bringing him in and out of consciousness. And although disoriented, Morgan was spared of any injuries, let alone shrapnel. He quickly got back on his feet and approached the stairs once again, only to be thrown another grenade. Morgan quickly burst through the door of the stairwell and realized he needs help. With his rifle covering the door to the stairs, he dials the embassy, asking for any assistance he can get. And shortly after, a group of local security personnel meet Morgan at the stairwell, none of which speak any English. He begins physically placing men in various strategic locations among the stairwell and elevator shafts, blocking all egresses within the building, creating a vacuum seal on the terrace located on the top floor, buying Morgan enough time to continue clearing floors and evacuating civilians. Meanwhile, Morgan's former teammate, embedded with a small French assault team in a neighboring area, arrives via helicopter and breaches the hotel by 1 p.m. Morgan rendezvous with his team and stacks up in the rear.
Triple tap something.
As the team advances, the French assault force begin exchanging fire with one of the security personnel members Morgan had positioned near the stairs, resulting in a French soldier taking a round in the helmet. They then quickly decided to move Morgan up front and take the lead. Yeah, no shit. Morgan led the team to the top floor and successfully located the gunmen, who had barricaded themselves within a large storage room with a single entrance. Within was an additional door in the rear, leading to a smaller closet space, where the gunmen were hiding. Despite attempts to breach, the assailants held their ground, opening fire on the door repeatedly. With no alternative entry points and facing a barrage of gunfire, the assault team resorted to using a shield to push through the singular doorway, exposing themselves to the gunman's fire. And the shield bearer was struck in his arm and hand, causing severe damage. Yet he maintained his grip, enabling his team to lob a grenade directly on top of the gunman hiding within. One survived the blast and attempted to pick up his weapon, at which point Morgan entered the room and finished him off.
This man says he heard really loud shots and screams and men speaking in English, saying, "Come on, shoot here and there." Malian special forces moved in. They were backed up by their French counterparts and one off-duty American special forces member.
In the days following the attack, Mali special forces arrested 2 men along the outskirts of Bamako in connection with the attack. It's alleged up to 4 remain at large. In total, 170 were taken hostage, 20 of which were killed. Only 2 gunmen were found dead. Kyle Morgan spent over 12 hours in the hotel and kicked in more than 50 doors.
Jesus
Weeks later,
Christ, that is
Morgan would
amazing.
return to the hotel and remove the storage room door the terrorists hid behind and converted it into a beer pong table, which remains in his house in North Carolina, where he resides today. He now teaches active shooter training through his company, Blue Bearing Solutions. This isn't a sponsorship by Kyle Morgan, but we're gonna get him past 10K.
It's like that pressure, that monkey off my back of, they need Kyle Morgan. Oh, then, I'm 965. They need me. No, it's not. I'm fucking next man up. It's a machine. This country needs that. The world needs it. I don't.
Hey guys, if you enjoyed this video, be sure to hit that subscribe button. There's a lot more videos in the works.
Okay, we gotta watch one. John Ryan ODU. I want to watch the preview.
This man taken. All of a sudden we heard a commotion. A lot of people run.
God damn it.
Mohammed Jalal Parks is
Restart it.
940,
Mohammed Jalal parks his vehicle on campus with a legally obtained Glock 44 22 caliber firearm. 10:40, an hour later, Jalal enters Constant Hall, navigates to the ROTC classroom. 10:43, Jalal enters the classroom, asks, "Is this the ROTC class?" Upon confirmation, shouts Allah Akbar and opens fire.
This is now being investigated as an act of terrorism. The life of this man taken.
All of a sudden we heard a commotion. A lot of people rumbling, starting to get up. We started running, and that's when we heard gunshots.
The FBI identifying the gunman as 36-year-old Mohammed Jalal.
Yeah, it was a regular day. Started the day off at home. I woke up early. This guy walks in. Didn't have to be let in. It's weird, just a weird detail. I told that. I gave that in my statement later on. So yeah, I'm like...
The last student just left the door halfway open?
Ah, no, it was closed. It was closed.
It was closed?
The door was closed.
The veteran Army pilot surviving combat missions in the Middle East during the early 2000s, only to be killed here on U.S. soil.
And I see another cadet already on top of the shooter with a knife. He'd been stabbed. He'd been beat. Took an eye out.
You took an eye out?
I did.
The U.S. government is sending $40 to $87 million a week to the Taliban, which is going to training people like Mohammed Jalal to come here and kill our people.
There were students that were in that room that subdued him and rendered him no longer alive. I don't know how else to say it, but they basically were able to terminate the threat.
Bad dreams, kinda.
What kind of dreams?
Like hearing the classroom and seeing Colonel Shaw's eyes when he was on the ground. They were really big.
I feel like it is a small miracle that they were able to jump in and subdue him.
When you hear it's like could be a terrorist attack, it's like it just hits you a second time.
We absolutely need to brace for more of these attacks going forward.
It's not the Army's fault, man.
I know it's not.
That's our politicians. You know what they want to do? They want to sit on X and bat this shit back and forth like it's some fucking political campaign and not do a fucking thing about it. And now we have terrorist attacks happening in our fucking country that we're funding. In 2015, he quits the National Guard after listening to online lectures from deceased Al-Qaeda Anwar al-Khawali. July 2015 to January 2016, travels to Sierra Leone in Nigeria, makes contact with Islamic State members. Early 2016, contacted by ISIS, a virtual plotter, online operative who encouraged attack planning, told the FBI he wanted to conduct an attack similar to the 2009 Fort Hood shooting that killed 13 people.
Now, the suspect was in prison until 2 years ago. His name is Mohammed Baylor Jallo, who's just 36 years old. Jallo was a member of the Virginia Army National Guard. The FBI says he shouted Allah Akbar as he launched that attack.
July 3rd, 2016. Arrested after a 3-month FBI sting operation, attempted to purchase an AR-15 rifle, and tried to donate $500 to ISIS.
In 2017, Jallo was convicted of providing material support to ISIS. Among the questions today, why Jallo was out of prison.
Prison record and early release. Sentenced February 10th, 2017 to 11 years in a federal prison plus 5 years supervised release. Prosecutors recommended 20 years. He only served
And hello to you too, Andrew.
8.5 years.
Playing Minecraft, watching about the fucking ODU shooter being killed by Gerber knives, and shit like that. Get in the fucking channel, you bitch. There we go. Might cook American dish here tonight. That is fucking hot as shit in the office. It doesn't help I'm running two computers. One's the server, the other's this thing. I tend to change the title weekly. And you are right about all of those. I'll actually help with rendering a little bit. Let me get the Sean Ryan clips back up.
It's hard to conceptualize that, especially because being a soldier, wanting to defend.
The country's still worth defending, Sam.
I believe that.
Politicians are not. Well, I want to give you a little upgrade. So, I got a buddy over at SIG. His name's Jason. And I told him you were coming on today. And
oh my God.
I don't think any guest I've ever had deserves a everyday carry gun as much as you. So,
oh gosh. Thank you.
Let me know what you think.
Let me look at it.
Hell yeah. He deserves an everyday carry gun. He took the eyeball out of a fucking shooter.
Did he shoot at Colonel Shaw first?
Yeah. He was Colonel Shaw was the closest guy to him.
How far? Point blank?
6, 7 feet.
That's it.
Like, it's basically point blank.
I mean, for, like, I'm telling you, the dimensions of this room is, like, the same. Like, the door, shooter is, like, the right edge of the American flag, and Colonel Shaw is standing where your portrait is of you in the helicopter.
Wow. It's about 6 feet. How many shots did he fire?
4. Like Colonel Shaw he closed the distance immediately, damn near, and was able to kind of bear hug him to the ground after he'd been shot.
Did he hit him 4 times?
Colonel Shaw was only hit once. That's I checked his whole body. I only found one gunshot to his leg.
But a girl got shot.
She did. She did get shot.
When did she get shot?
It must have been in that volley of shots.
So he wasn't just aiming at Colonel Shaw.
Well,
or somebody ran in front of him.
No. She was sitting in the general line of fire.
So she got caught in the crossfire.
That hit Colonel Shaw. She was would have been sitting in the general line of fire of where he was standing. Because she was in the front row. I think in the front row to my left. It wouldn't have been that much of a gap if you were shooting quickly to maybe have a stray. I don't know. But she was hitting the leg.
Was anybody else hit?
Yeah.
Who else?
Another cadet guy. The one with the knife. Who was, I don't know if he must have been shot. He was shot and kept stabbing.
Where was he shot?
In his belly.
In the belly?
In the belly. Yeah.
And he kept going?
Kept going. Freaking insane.
Where did you tackle this guy?
He was on the ground. Colonel Shaw was able to bear hug, kind of bring him to the ground. Colonel Shaw, way more sizable guy than the shooter was. Shooter was not a big guy. Maybe 5'8", 5'9", but not muscular either. Pretty no, not strong. He was on the ground when we had gotten there already, and it was just kind of like a beat down. Just punches and elbows and people with knives, and some even had a water bottle, a metal thermos. It was just
who was heads up enough to put their hand on the slide so that he couldn't shoot anymore?
What was that?
Who was heads up enough to put their hand on the top of his weapon on the slide?
It was me and another cadet on my left.
Did you know what you were doing? You knew the firearm wouldn't function if you did that?
Yeah.
It's pretty fucking heads up, man.
It's just, I feel like it's kind of like, I've done a fair amount of shooting, and it's like if that's the main action of the gun, of the pistol. So it's like, and he kept trying to pull the trigger like that. Just trying to swing his arm around at me and at the guy to my left.
What are you doing while he is trying to shoot you in the
We're trying pushing the gun as a team back away and forcing the muzzle away from our classmates behind us into the wall.
Is he yelling?
No, he yelled, shot, and he did not say a word while getting beaten, at all. He just kind of let out a couple grunts, and
you did.
Maybe after a minute and a half, he was gone.
How many times did you guys stab him?
37 times.
Do you have any idea?
A lot. It was a lot. It was a lot, and it was everywhere.
It was everywhere.
Oh yeah. It was a lot. It was everywhere.
How big of a knife was it? Do you know?
It's 2-3 incher.
Little bitty knife.
Yeah, 2-3 inch knife. It's a college campus. You can't carry knives or guns on campus. Really? A couple of them happen to have one on them. All I had on me that day was my cell phone. Until I didn't have it on me. I was there to just give my brief. I was just there to give my brief and go on my spring break.
I mean, you guys eliminated that threat in 4 fucking minutes with
4
no firearm.
fucking minutes.
Yeah. It was,
when everyone else ran.
Yeah. I mean, telling them to run made them run. I don't know.
Here's the timeline. 9:40, Mohammed Jalal parks his vehicle on campus with a legally obtained Glock 44 22 caliber firearm. 10:40, an hour later, Jalal enters Constant Hall, navigates to the ROTC classroom. 10:43, Jalal enters the classroom, asks, "Is this the ROTC class?" Upon confirmation, shouts Allah Akbar and opens fire. That's at 10:43. 10:43 to 10:47, Jalal fires multiple rounds, fatally wounding Lieutenant Colonel Brandon Shaw and injuring 2 ROTC cadets. ROTC cadets immediately engage, overcome shooter through physical force. 10:43, first emergency call placed, reporting active shooter. 10:47, police arrive on campus 4 minutes after the first call to determine the shooter is deceased.
Yeah.
That means he died well before 10:47. Shots started at 10:43. 10:48, run, hide, fight alert issued to campus. Lockdown protocols initiated. 12:10, all clear issued. Campus declared safe. That is unfucking real that you guys, in less than 4 minutes, were able to kill that dude. It was
the team.
You guys.
The team. Shit. It was unbelievable. How fluid and cohesive we worked on in doing this.
Was that instinct?
See, I don't know. Maybe. Probably mostly instinct and maybe some training. I'm not sure. Like, there was no thinking involved. I don't recall ever. I don't think there was any like time during the course of, those few minutes where I was like deliberating over what I should do. It was just doing. And I think that goes for the rest of those guys. And yeah, the team, it really is like
Do you know how heroic that is? Is that even registering?
That just crashed my OBS.
Partially-ish. It comes and goes, kind of like with the incident in a way. Kind of still, some days I'm like, okay, I thought maybe I've come to terms with it. And then other days I'm like, what the heck is even going on? What even happened? And I think that,
you charged a terrorist that was killing people you charged him with no weapon.
All of us, or most of us, with no weapon, yeah. Not even enough.
And eliminated him in less than 4 minutes.
Stateside.
Like I said, it's...
You know how many people would have been killed if it wasn't for you four?
What makes the grass grow? Blood.
Did he have more magazines on him?
Maybe one other. I know the one cadet, he cleared the, it was fully loaded. At least the one mag was fully loaded. I don't know how much how many rounds were in that mag.
Cleared.
But yeah, the university president, he said this. University president Hemphill. He had called me personally after I'd gotten this like really weird email from some like associate assistant to the vice president of like the student conduct committee.
What did that email say?
Along the lines of, hey Samuel, just want to let you know, ODU doesn't have any intention of pressing charges against you in accordance with like the student code of conduct.
Pressing charges against you?
This is
the ODU doesn't have any intentions of pressing charges against you after you killed a fucking terrorist that killed a professor?
That's what the email said. I woke up one morning.
What the fuck does that even mean?
This is, yeah, I don't know. And it was like, no intention of pressing charges in accordance with the student code of conduct for the actions you took personally that day.
Oh, gee, thank you.
Yeah, I woke up that one morning at like 8:30 in the morning. I slept on the couch. Maybe it's been 4 or 5 days since the shooting. Look at my phone, immediately screenshot it, and I sent it out to my dad and some of my like mentors from like when I was active duty, and they were like, "What in the hell is that?" And
can I have that screenshot?
Yeah, you can.
Thank you.
I'll give it to you. Yeah, I think it was like a rogue. It was a rogue email, like a "we know what you did" kind of thing. I don't know.
We know what you did?
My phone the other
I saved an entire fucking classroom. That's what you did.
So the university president was alerted of this, that this happened, and within a couple hours called me personally and was like, "I'm so sorry that ever got sent to you. Don't even like, no words, but I'm sorry. And what you and those guys did, you guys are warriors, you're heroes." And then he shared a personal anecdote with me about his time when he was at Illinois University, or like Southern Illinois University in like 2008. There was a shooting there, apparently. I didn't know this until
hey, what's going on?
There as like a dean or something, or vice president of the university.
Pretty good. How about you?
In a classroom of 150, a lone gunman came in and shot or killed like 19 or 24, and nobody stood up to this guy. So he called me to tell me thank you and God bless you and keep in touch, and he wants to make it right. He wanted to make it right. And his number two, her and I started corresponding. This is where I made this group chat for us guys that stayed back in the room, just to talk about, hey, how's everyone doing? How's everyone feeling? I named it fucking Warriors. That's the name of the group chat. But the university president wanted to take us out to dinner. He said, anywhere you want. Anywhere you guys want to agree on a spot, let's go.
No matter where you're watching the Sean Ryan Show from, if you get anything out of this at all, anything, please like, comment, and subscribe. And most importantly, share this everywhere you possibly can. And if you're feeling extra generous, head to Apple Podcasts and Spotify.
It's another clip. I bet you a line crosser.
America! Plus, it was good to start this way because some of you mentioned that the last episode was without beans on toast, which at this point I wear as a badge of honor. Anyways, America, you had 2 KC-135s crash into each other? Yeah.
Oh, here, hold on. Let's watch Habitual on here. Wrong one. Hold on. Blood, 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 blood. Okay, it's not working. Why am I not getting audio? Let me refresh that. Select a different source. There. Okay, fuck it. We'll just do it this way. Wrong button.
Mentioned that the last episode was without.
There we go.
America! Plus, it was good to start this way because some of you mentioned that the last episode was without beans on toast, which at this
We're gonna skip ahead a bit.
I thought the same thing about an island once. I was wrong. Don't tempt that crazy bastard. Literally nowhere have I said that those 2,500 Marines that are going to the Middle East are going to anywhere that you control. Maybe they're just there as reinforcement personnel. Maybe they're going to help out with logistics and support and loading ammo and weapons and providing base security. Never said that they're going to invade you. And plus, 2,500, that's a bit excessive. Maybe you can talk to Pakistan and team up and get you a few more guys. Make it even. Kill. Oh, yeah, that reminds me.
And why I have that patch in the bottom left.
Army. Wonderful job with those ROTC students. Like, it was an awful set of circumstances at Old Dominion University. But taking down a would-be mass shooter with a knife. I am so impressed. Oh yeah, that one. He is definitely branching infantry. I mean, you can't train that. You really can't. The man immediately knew exactly what makes the grass grow. You mean water? Because water makes the grass grow. What are you talking about, there,
No.
Army? This is why we make fun of you. Tell them, Marines. Blood, blood, bright red blood. Jab between the second and third rib. Twist, withdraw. Shouldn't have asked them to do that. Now they're gonna go get something pregnant.
You guys know that we can just like kill mass shooters, right? Like, you guys know that? Like, once they start, it's like no rules.
Yes, technically he's correct, but we don't want to encourage vigilante justice. Of course, that's a last resort. But in the moment, you want to run, you want to hide, blockade doors, stuff like that. But that last step is if they press into where you're at. Yeah, no, you can definitely do that. Like, there's really no rules about it. Army, can we make sure that entire class of ROTC students were covering their tuition and probably giving one of them an award or more? I mean, we kind of cover their tuition anyways. That's part of the deal. How do you even know that any
They're in their dress greens. meritorious service medals, and 2 Purple Hearts. Let's see. And this was posted by the Pentagon. Is this the ROTC classroom? Cadet Samuel Reinberg recalled. Then the man saying, or is this a seminar? Class fell silent. Cadets Cecilia Faso and Shaw quietly nodded their heads yes. Then the man suddenly shouted, "A lost snack bar. Arabic for Allah is great." Myers recalled. Then he reaches into his waistband, pulls out a Glock 44 pistol. At 10:43, the man fired his weapons. Start the timer. In Shaw's direction, and then on the student. My first thought was, is this a drill, Cadet Oshabega said. The class had just recently discussed force protection and how to safeguard U.S. forces and assets. Then the cadets began to drop to the ground. Some huddled under their desks to shield themselves from bullets. Shaw charged and attempted to subdue the shooter. Cadet Louis Anchetta, seeing his professor risk his life by shielding cadets from gunshots, rushed to Shaw's aid. Anchetta uncorked his knife as he ran towards the shooter, feeling a bullet graze his body. What makes the grass grow? Blood, blood, blood! Bayonet drill chant. What makes the grass grow? Blood, blood, blood. What do we do for a living? Kill, kill, kill. Blood, blood. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Hell. Oh, what? Oh. 1971 article, seriously? Let's see. A shot in chart. Let's see. Cadet Louis Anchetta, seeing his professor risk his life by shielding cadets from the gunshots, rushed to Shaw's aid. Anchetta uncorked his knife as he ran towards the shooter, feeling a bullet graze his body. Then Shaw turned the shooter away from Anchetta. The cadet then thrusted the knife into the shooter as quickly and as many times as he could. Jesus Christ! Oh boy! Oh fuck! as many times as he could. Just literally just duct tape a Gerber to the end of his rifle instead of a bayonet. For bayonet training, that's all he would fucking need. Oh my gosh. If Shaw didn't charge at him, there's a possibility I wouldn't be here, Vega said. There's a possibility he could have turned his gun and I could have been next. Several more cadets joined the scuffle, punching and stabbing the shooter. Myers noticed the perpetrator still had his shooting hand free, holding the pistol upward. Then Myers grabbed the weapon and tried to secure the firearm against the wall, and Chetta and the other cadets eventually brought the shooter to the ground, still struggling to remove the weapon from his hand. Finally, Myers squeezed his fingers beneath the man's hand and pulled the weapon away. Myers released the magazine and pulled back the slide, revealing the shooter had one more round to fire. He placed the weapon on a table for law enforcement. And I'm assuming he had the slide locked open. The cadets eventually ended the life of the shooter to prevent further attacks. Holy shit. Enchetta, feeling sudden pain, asked his fellow cadets for help. Cadets learned basic combat medical care and how to treat a fallen comrade in the field. Suddenly, the cadets had to use those skills to help their friend, who suffered a gunshot wound to the abdomen. They bandaged his wound and put his arm on a tourniquet. Reinberg caught Shaw as he fell to the ground. Shaw suffered a gunshot wound in his upper leg. Oh, that's a bleedy bitch. It was just what I thought I had to do in that moment, to get there and do what I could, Reinberg said. It's different when it's not a mannequin and it's your friend. Bago called the ODU chief of police while Fosso sent out an alert on the ODU ROTC battalion group chats. Cadet Jeremy Rawlinson, who also attacked the shooter, found police officers and led them towards the classroom and victims. Members of the SWAT team later arrived and rendered further aid to Enchetta, applying a chest seal and placed him on a stretcher. Enchetta would undergo surgery to repair his wounds. Several of the cadets would later learn the tragic news that Shaw had passed away from his injuries while watching a news live stream. There was definitely the sense of, could we have done more, Bago said. Let's skip ahead. Alright, on my right monitor, I'm gonna pull something up. ODU ROTC. Seeing food. DD214 gang gang. Jesus Christ, that's funny. Yeah, it's ROTC, not JROTC. It's OTC, the real deal. The bayonet yeet measures the ability to just fucking shank someone. Jesus Christ. No longer alive. I don't know how else to say it. They stabbed them 22 times. Gonna need those cadets to report to Ranger School. Let's see. National Archives. The Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. ATF FOIA Library. The Battle of Waco. FBI. Let's see. I can file a FOIA request if I have to. Odie. Oh shit. The full Hijackers timeline of 9/11 was released. Oh boy. Oh 05/01/2015. Baltimore, Maryland. Oh yeah, okay. Okay, it'd be the DOD. Okay. try DOJ. DOJ might have it. DOJ archive. Yeah, fuck. Um, hmm. I was gonna say they're technically active duty. Okay, we're done for the night.